All right, now in part 3 of building the meals section, let's quickly build our diet list and also work on some other smaller details. But before we do any of that, I actually noticed that we have a small bug here in our code. So when we hover over this button here, notice that we have a weird effect here with this border. So especially when we move the mouse out. So watch how that kind of happens immediately, right? So the background color does fade out and in, but not the border. And so that's an error that we have in the hero section. Or actually, that's not in the hero section. That's here in the general file where our button is. And the problem is that, here. So here in the button, we transition only the background color, but, well, not the shadow. So box shadow is what creates that border. So that's the trick that I showed you back here. And so right now, that box shadow property is not transitioned, but only the background color. And so we should not do this. So I'm duplicating it and then commenting this one. But instead, let's simply transition all properties. And so that's the reason why I always simply by default use all, because then a bug like that can never happen. So with bug, we mean mistakes in programming, right? And so now it looks a lot more fluid. And so just as expected. But anyway, moving back down here, let's now add our list here. So we already have that div element here. And so now let's simply create that unordered list here. And actually, this is the one that I want to call list. And this one, let's call it diets. Okay. And now each list item should have like an icon, for example, a check mark. And then besides that, it might have, what will have then these list of diets. Right. So let's basically wrap each of them inside of an li. And well, that doesn't work so nice. So I'm just going to copy that everywhere. So using multiple cursors by hitting Alt or Option. And then again, it does these automatically. But then we can move here to the end of the line. And that's a lot better. Okay. So there is our list. Let's just actually add also a class to each of them here. So I'm again using multiple cursors by hitting the Option or Alt key. And then we can write in multiple places at the same time. So once more, a very, very handy trick that we can use in VS Code. Okay. And actually, I'm also going to need these multiple cursors because I now also want to insert the icon here. So for now, let's take a look. Yeah, and of course, nothing changed. So we just added the class. But now, yeah, it's quite typical for a list like this to use a check mark icon. So if I search for that here, then there is one for sure. So we actually have multiple options here. So we're using a lot of circles, so we could go with this one, but I think that this is a lot cleaner. So let's actually this one here. So check mark outline. And now I simply paste it everywhere, right? So it is everywhere, and then I want the rest of the content to be inside of a span element. So I can very simply do that. And then again, it created this. Oh, and now it doesn't work so well. So now let me just close that here and then copy that. So this looks like a mess now, so you need to be careful with where exactly you close your elements. So it's right after each of these words. But then once we have the automatic formatting coming from Prettier, it should look a lot clearer. And there we go. So each of the li has one ion icon element and one span element. And each of them has then the diet name. So I think this does look correct. Let's quickly check that out. And somehow it always goes back to the top now. And yeah, so there are our icons. And so let's now visually format all of this. And the first thing that we should do is to get rid of the bullet points there. So let's come down here. That's very simple. List style, none. Okay. Then let's also, of course, style the icons. Oh, and here I forgot to add another class. So again, I'm using multiple cursors here just to make it easier. And there are actually even better techniques, but that would be a bit too much here. So class, and then list icon. Okay. So width, let's use 30 pixels, and then the height needs to be the same. And remember that here we actually need to use the color in order to style the color of this icon. Okay. Nice. So that's the icons. But now, of course, we need to make the text bigger. So let's do that here in list item. So font size, and I'm again using 1.8 rem, which is kind of a standard that we use in many places. Right. And then we should vertically align all of this. Right. So the icon with the text. And so let's just make this here a flex container. Because once again, this list item here is the parent of this icon and of this span. So just what we also had here before in these list elements. So display flex align items of center. And let's of course also add some gap between the two. Okay, nice. So we have the spacing here. Now, of course, we need the spacing also between the elements. And so once again, I'm now using the trick of using flex direction column. So that's again very similar to what we did before. So display flex direction column. And then let's also use 1.6 rem for the gap. Okay, beautiful. So that's looking great. Let's just add a title here. Let's see if there is one in the content. And well, let's just use what they already have here. So OmniFood works with any diet. And then here, let's do that before this list, but of course still inside of this container. So this diets element, which is basically this column in the grid. So again, using the H3 with the heading tertiary class that we already created before. So I think that was the name. And if not, we can just fix that. Let's add a colon here. And nice. Now the OmniFood here is maybe a bit too much, because if we remove that and had just works with any diet, then that would fit probably just in one line, which would look a lot better. So works with any diet. Yeah, that's beautiful. And the spacing is also already nice, which is because this is the exact same element or it has the exact same styling as this one. Okay, and so there lies the power of reusability across the page. Okay, so this looks good, but actually I want to add another thing. And that is just like a small link here in the end of this section, which can lead us to all recipes. So let's say that this here are like the sample meals, but that the user wanted to see what meals are actually available in OmniFood. And so then after these sample meals, there might be a link that will lead to a different page. So we will not build that page, of course, but we can still add a link here below. Okay. So we want to do that in the same section, but outside of this div here. So let's select that, because then it will select the one in the top so that we can see what's happening. So we want it to happen after this container, right? So after this grid. So let's simply add another div there and another container, because we also want this one to be centered in the viewport. So div class container. And let's also call this all recipes. So here all I'm going to do is to add a link that is not going to point anywhere, and I will add the class of link. So here what I want to do is to basically create a generic link element that we could once again reuse all over our page. So see all recipes, and then here I like to use that right arrow. So RARR. So that's an HTML entity that I use all the time, and so I already know it by heart. But on my resources page, there is a link to a page which contains a utilist of all the relevant HTML entities. All right. Now, of course, for now, that doesn't look great. So let's fix a couple of things, starting actually with the spacing, maybe. So how can we add spacing here? I mean, this element here, all of this is a container and a row, or actually a grid. So just as we saw before, but let's go back there. So we have container, grid, and grid 3 columns. And so to now add some margin here to the bottom, we would have to create another class for that margin, right? So we don't want to add any margin to any of these reusable classes here, right? Because we want them to be basically as neutral as possible. So we could add another helper class here. So a little bit like we did before. And actually, let's do that. So we did that here with one of the buttons. Yeah. So here the margin right small, because we had the same situation where we didn't want to add any margin to any of these button classes here. Again, because they should be reusable, right? So let's now do another helper class, which I'm going to call margin bottom, and let's call it MD for medium. And here I'm going to use 4.8 rem. And again, using the important keywords so that it really will apply. And so now if we add this class here, so yeah, so to this grid and this container here, then that will add that margin. Okay, and here it is, right? So hopefully that made sense and you understood why we did create that new special class here, right? Now we could have done it in another way also. For example, simply adding a margin top to all recipes right here, right? So that would also have been possible, but I liked to use the reusable way. So let's create the all recipes here, and let's center the text. And let's also give it a font size of, again, 1.8 rem. And I'm putting the font size here and not on the link. And I'm doing that for the same reasons as before. So that maybe I will want to reuse this link on other places in the page. And then I don't want to have it always with a font size of 1.8 rem. So somewhere else, maybe a better font size for a link will be 1.4 rem. And so then if we had this fixed size, we could not do that. And so by setting the font size here, then the link, so the anchor element, will simply inherit that size. And here it is, right? And now, of course, we need to style this to adapt it to the rest of the visual style of our page. And so let's do that right here. So after this button, maybe. So link, well, that should be first link, and then the visited pseudo class. And here the first thing that I want to do is to give it a brand orange color. Then I want to remove the text decoration, set it to none. But then I actually want to recreate something similar. So let's just see what we have right now. And so, of course, now there is no underlining, but usually links do have some underline, right? However, usually we do not use text decoration for that, but recreate it using a border, because, as I will show you, that looks a lot nicer. So let's do that. So border bottom, 1 pixel, solid, and then the color of the border. And now here, let me show you yet another trick. So instead of writing the exact same color as we have here, which is the color that we want, so instead of doing this, we can do something else, which is to write the current color keyword. And so what this will do is that it will take the color that is currently the text color. Okay? And so then we don't have to repeat the same color. And that is especially helpful if for some reason we change the color, for example, on a hover state. Okay? So for now, it doesn't look so good yet. So that's okay. But what usually we do when we design a link is to then give it some padding at the bottom. So padding bottom, and then something really small, like 2 pixels. And if we want to use padding, we also need to set this to an inline block. Right. And so let's check that out. Now that looks kind of the same. So let's inspect that here. Well, that actually makes a difference. So these 2 pixels that we have here, and if we had the text decoration, it would be right here. So that does not look ideal. And so this is why everyone does it like this. So we remove the text decoration and then do it in this way. All right. And now as for the hover and active states, which, as you see, we usually always group together, but we wouldn't have to, of course. They could be different, and we did that in the very first project, but again, it's very common to see them being together. Okay, so here let's change the color simply to the darker color, which is this one. Okay, and then as we hover over it, watch how the border also changes to the same color, right? And so that's because we used the current color trick, so that keyword. And so now, yeah, it always automatically has the exact same color as the text, right? However, in this case, we actually don't want the underline anymore. So that's another common style that is common to use on links. So when we hover them, we remove the border at the bottom, right? However, we cannot just say border bottom none, for example, And let me show you why. So you see that the entire layout jumps a little bit by 1 pixel, right? And so that is because that 1 pixel is actually part of the element. And so when we remove that on hover, then the element becomes smaller, and then, well, that messes up the spacing of the entire page. And in this case, it is just 1 pixel, but still, it will create a noticeable effect, as you can see here, or maybe you can experiment it on your own computer. And so instead, what we do is to keep it at 1 pixel still, solid, but instead of giving it a real color, we use the transparent keyword. Okay, and so here you just learned another important keyword for colors. And so that will now fix that problem. Okay, now just to finish, let's make this animate here as well. And so on the normal state, we use the transition property with all and set it to, let's again use 0.3 seconds. Okay, so that looks very nice. And so now let's analyze our entire section here. So I think it looks really, really good, like professionally designed, but we can still improve just a small detail here. So right now, due to the fact that we have this link here centered, we can see some imbalance here. So all of this looks a bit centered here as well, and then also the link, but then we have this here aligned to the left side, right? So it's aligned to the left, just like here as well. And so to make this one a bit different from the first one, and also to add some balance to this section, we can also center all of this. And as you will see, this will then create a really nice effect. So making it a little bit different than the other section. All right. So to center that text, we have to come here to where it is defined. So that's right here. Now, how can we actually center this text here? So of course, we do not want to add text align center on these two, right? And once again, that is because these are supposed to be reusable. So instead, we can simply center, we can simply set the text align center property on the container here, right? And so that's exactly what I will do. And I will create another helper class here. So let me actually write that here. So helper classes, or we can also call them like settings classes. So these are small helper classes that have just one declaration. So I'm calling this one here, let's call it center text, and then text align center. And so now I can simply add that here. So center text, and then these two elements will actually inherit that, right? We could also put it directly here and here. Well, here actually I think it would not work because this is an inline element unless we change that. Let's see if we actually did. Oh yeah, we set it to a block. So we could actually also set center text here, but well, it's simpler to simply put it here and then have these two elements inherit it. Okay, and so once again, we created this helper class here for the sake of reusability. So to make these two reusable instead of having that right there. Okay, and so now this entire section here looks like it is really centered on the page. Okay, and so with this, we could now say that we finished this section, but I just want to show you one more thing. So I want to add a nice hover effect here on these two cards. So that's something that we would not have to do, but yeah, I want to show you more and more things here. So let me just quickly show you how we can do that in just one line of CSS. So that's something that I think we have never done before. which is to use hover on something that is not a link. But we can, of course, perfectly do that. So we have meal, which is the entire cart, and then we can use the hover pseudo class on that one. So the effect that I want to implement here is that whenever we hover over this element, I want the entire element to move up a little bit. All right. So again, I'm sure you have seen this in action somewhere on the web. And so for this, for moving up, I like to use the transform property with the translate value. So we have used translate before, remember that, a couple of times. And so here we have to define two values, where the first one is for horizontal movement and the second one is for vertical movement. So for example, we can say 2 rem here, right? So again, horizontal, which is like x, and then the second is vertical, which is y. So the x and y axis. So of course, this will not be what we want, but you see that once we hover it, it does happen. So it does move 20 pixels down and to the right. Okay. However, I only want to move it up, so only in the y direction. And so here actually we can use the translate y property. And so then we only define the y property, so the vertical one, right? So that is a bit better already. So just in one direction, but I want it to go up. So that's -2. Okay, but that's also a little bit too much because this effect should be something very subtle. And of course, also there should be an animation, right? So 1.2 rem here, and now the animation. Now, how do you think we can do that animation? Well, once again, that's very simple. All we have to do is to use the transition property on the original state. So that's this one. So transition all, and now let's go a bit higher. So the bigger the element, the longer we can animate it. So let's now use 0.4 seconds this time. Okay, nice. That looks quite nice actually. Great. And now, just as a very final touch, let's also manipulate the shadow here a little bit to make this effect look a bit more realistic. So by moving up the element, we kind of simulate it moving closer to the source of the light, right? And so therefore, the shadow can then become a bit larger. So let's do that. And I will just copy this here. So right here. And so we will make it larger. So let's move one step up here to 3.2 rem and here to 64. So to 6.4 rem. And then we should also make it a bit lighter. So a shadow that is more diffused and bigger, basically, also naturally should be lighter. And again, these things, you will learn them with practice, right? All right. So that's very subtle, actually. But if you notice, then the shadow does change a little bit. And this makes it more natural indeed. Okay. And so, yeah, that's it for this section. Once again, very beautiful, very nice looking, I think. And our page is really coming together here. So we have this beautiful section. This one here is very gorgeous as well. And of course, also our header. So I hope you're having a lot of fun here, that you're starting to become really proud of what you're building here. And yeah, once you're ready, observing this beautiful project, then let's move together to our next section, because there is still a long way to go. Welcome back to our next project section, which is the very exciting testimonial section. And here remember, we had already decided in the very beginning of the project that we were going to put the customers and the photo gallery side by side. So what we're going to do here is a very different section this time, which is going to go all the way from the left side to the right side of the browser. So not having a centered container, but instead filling up basically the entire available width. And so that is what we call a full bleed section. So again, we will have the gallery on the right side, and on the left side, we will have this 2x2 grid of customer testimonials, just like in this first design example that we have here on the right side. Okay, so this is going to be really exciting because it's going to be quite different from the other sections. And so let's get to work. All right, and as always, let's add a new section right after the previous one. And I'm calling this one, as you can guess, the section testimonials. All right. And now, as I just said before, here we are not going to use a container. So that container element that we created before to center the context in the page. So instead, we will basically have two boxes, one for the testimonials and one for the gallery. So let's do that here. So let's write that just here. And then another one for the gallery. All right. And so these two, we want them to be side by side, right? And so what we can do here is to use our grid class right here on this section, right? So grid and grid two columns. So let's just quickly check that out. And I need to reload the browser here manually. So sometimes that is necessary. And indeed, now here we have the testimonials all the way to the left side and the gallery all the way to the right side. Great. So let's add some padding here to this section for now to give ourselves some more space. And then we will simply start by filling up the content for the testimonials. So I will again copy this. And then section like this. Okay. So let's actually reach into our content file and get the testimonials from there. So yeah, right here. So this is the first one here from Dave Bryson. So let's paste that here. And now we need to mark this up. So we want a customer photo. We then want this text here in another element. And then below that is the name. So Dave Bryson here. And so we need some kind of container element for all of this, right? Now we could, of course, use a simple div element, but here actually there is another element which makes a bit more sense, which is the figure element. And I'm not sure if we have used the figure element before, but in any way, we can use it to represent some self-contained content, and which sometimes has a caption. So this is perfect for things like diagrams or photos or code listings, or really anything that can have a caption and that is self-contained. And a testimonial like the one we are about to write here, I think qualifies quite nicely for that. So you will see the figure element being used for this kind of thing all the time. Okay, so let's call this one the testimonial. And then, well, first let's start with the image, actually. So image, then it's probably in the customers folder. And there we have actually a named photo for each of them. So this is Dave, and so the photo is probably dave.jpg, right? And now for the actual testimonial content, we can use the block quote element. So block quote, as the name says, is basically for representing quotes. So things that someone else said. And so a testimonial is exactly that. And the same is true for something like a product review, or even to quote someone in the context of an article or a blog post, for example. So block quote is perfect in this case. Let's call it the testimonial text, and then put that right there. Here we forgot the class right here. So testimonial image and also the alt text. Let's say photo of customer Dave Bryson. Okay, and now we just need to mark up the name here. And for that, we can use a simple paragraph or a span element. So that doesn't really matter. I'm just going to use a paragraph here. So testimonial name, let's say. And then let's add his name right there. And then it's also common to like add a dash in front of the name. So for that, we can use just another HTML entity. And this one is called m dash. So if we hover over that, you see there it is. So instead of just using this, which wouldn't look so great, the m dash is exactly what we're looking for. So checking that out, here we go. So the image is always a bit too big, but this time it's not so bad. So we can actually, I think, start adding the rest of the content here before having to adjust the CSS first. So let's copy all of this and put them all one after another. So we have 4 testimonials, so 4 code blocks here. And the next one is, need to go back. Let's copy all this, and I will immediately paste it actually into this block quote element. And then we just remove the name here. Also here, and then here we go. So let's see. Indeed, now the second one is great. And now let's just replace the third and the fourth one. And so this part of filling up the content is always a bit boring. But well, the content is the most important thing, so we have to do it, of course. So here and here. And just one last time. And just replacing the name here one last time. Okay, great. So let's check that out. And there we go. So now what we want to do next is to put these 4 here into a 2x2 grid, right? So that's easy. So let's do that. And for that, we need to select this testimonials, which is basically the parent of these four. And so we will make this one here our grid container. Now, you might think that we could use, of course, the reusable grid that we created before. And indeed we could, but probably the spacing on that one is not ideal. So the gap that we used there, which makes sense for bigger layouts, is probably too big for a smaller component like this one. And so here we simply create our own new grid. So basically that reusable grid that we created is more for the overall page layout. All right. So grid, template columns, 1FR and 1FR. And then let's create some smaller gap. So maybe 4.8 rem. That's always a good value to start with. And let's also make the image immediately a bit smaller. So testimonial image. And now this image, we actually don't want it to be flexible. So let me show you what would happen if we did. So setting a width of 100% would make it probably way too big. Right? So that's not what we're looking for. Indeed, it is nicely fluid like this. But again, yeah, these images here, we want them to be a fixed width. So let's say instead 64 pixels. And since these images are squared, the height will then automatically be figured out by the browser. We also want to make them round. And again, since they are squared already, we can just use border radius 50%. Okay, nice. That's starting to look a lot better. Now, there is no spacing here yet on the side here, but we will fix that a little bit later. So for now, let's just take care here of the visual styling just of this text here. So very quickly, we want the testimonial text and the testimonial name. So here we're going to use our common 1.8 rem again. So this is the one that we have been using all the time for all kinds of contents. And so it's nice to keep it consistent. And the same for the line height as well. So again, using 1.8 rem here. Or actually, of course, not rem, just 1.8. Because this is basically a multiplier. So this will multiply the font size here by 1.8. And that will then be the line height. Remember that? And then let's also add some margin here to the bottom. And here we will not have a lot of space. So let's keep it small at 16 pixels. And of course, we also need some space below the image. So margin bottom 1.2. So that's the previous step in our spacing system. And then here, the name. And here, as for visual hierarchy, this one is a lot less important. So let's make it smaller. Let's say 1.6 rem. And let's also make it even lighter. Now the main text is 555 and the darker text is 333, right? And so let's try for this one here, 777. And we will actually change this here in a minute because of the color contrast ratio. But for now, let's go with this. So let's check it out. And beautiful. That looks really cool. Now let's actually just add the section heading here. And that heading, we will actually do it right here inside of the testimonials container. So here before these testimonials, we will have our usual subheading and secondary heading. So let's go back and we can again copy that from the previous section. So just this here. Right here. And so as I just said before, we want these headings to be basically before these testimonials here, right? So just like this, but then we don't want them to be centered, and we don't want them to be inside of a container. So actually we don't need any of this here, right? But now we actually do have another problem. And let me illustrate that to you. And so here you can see it. So now remember how we made this entire section a grid container, right? And so now the subheading and the secondary heading here, they simply became grid items as well, right? But that's not what we want. We want them to be basically inside of this left side here of this section. So what we're going to do is to wrap all of this here into another new container element. And with container, I don't mean the container class that we created, but instead, I mean like a parent element. So let's call this the testimonials container. And then let's put the closing tag here after all of this. So right here in the end, but of course, before the gallery. Okay. So here we need to, of course, also change the text. So, well, here we actually didn't get any title. So the subheading is quite simple. It's simply going to be testimonials. But then here we need to come up with another heading. And so the one that I decided to use here is kind of a catchy one, saying once you try it, you can't go back, which is basically the overall message that these 4 testimonials here give to the user. Okay, so let's check it out. And now it is fixed. So just to see here in the inspector, now this one here is a grid container, right? And it contains both the testimonials container and the gallery on the other side, right? And then inside of the testimonials, we have then again another grid, which is for these 4 individual testimonial figures here. Okay, great. So that's great progress already. And so now in the next lecture, we will start building the gallery here on the right side. Let's continue building our testimonial section by now adding the gallery. So here we already have the element with the class of gallery. And so this is where now we are going to add our 12 images. And so also the gallery will then of course be our grid container, right? Now here I could of course now simply put all these 12 images one after another, but I actually will want to build a very nice hover effect on these images. And so for that, I will need each of them to be inside of a container element. And for that, I will use again the figure with the class of gallery item. So not gallery, but more like this. And now let's add the image here. So img, and then reach into the gallery folder, and then here gallery 1. And the alt text is, and here I'm actually just going to write a generic alt text instead of describing each of the images perfectly. So I will just write photo of beautifully arranged food, because this is what all these images here are all about. Here, forgetting to close the element. Yeah, that's it. So the figure element is really the perfect container element for images. So many times when you see, for example, in a blog post images, then usually they also have some kind of caption. And for that, we can use the fig caption element and then write something basically below it. Something like this. All right. Now in this case, we actually don't want any caption. We simply want to display the image inside of this container. And again, the reason for that is a really cool hover effect, as I'm going to show you in a minute. So I will turn this off here, just so you know that we can also use the fig caption element inside of the figure element. So we cannot use this one outside. It is only allowed to be used inside of figure. Okay, but anyway, let's copy that here. Let's remove this, and now just gallery 2. And you see here, it is now a different image. And yeah, so just an image inside of a figure. And so now let's just copy this a couple of times. So not even counting here. If it's too much, we just delete the remaining ones. So 3, 4, 6. So we're halfway through because it's 12 images. 8, 9, 10. And we're just missing one. Pasting that here again. And number 12. And there we go. So that's the HTML of our gallery. Very simple. But here, of course, it is going to look crazy. And it does. So, of course, we need to make them a lot smaller. And notice these small space here between the images. That is actually because the images are inline elements by default. And so if we made them a block element, then this would disappear. And this is something important that you need to know, because sometimes we get these annoying white spaces around images, and then this is how you fix that. So gallery item, and then I didn't add a class here to these images, so I'm simply using the descendant selector here. And so to fix that space, all we have to do is to set them to a block level element. And so now you see that the spacing is gone. Okay. But now, of course, what we will want to do is to actually create our grid. So that's right here on the gallery element. So gallery, and once again, here we are creating like our own new grid instead of using the predefined one. So display grid, and then grid template columns. And we want 3 equal sized columns. So 3 times 1 FR. All right, but still that will not fix the problem, because now the images are still huge and they no longer even fit our page. All right. And so, of course, the solution here is to make these images here flexible. So simply giving them a width of 100%. And so that should fix it, and it did. Nice. That's starting to look like something already. Let's just add some small spacing between the images, so not to have them glued together like that. And a very small gap here should be enough, like just 16 pixels. Something like this. And then let's go back. And that looks beautiful. Okay, so the gallery itself is actually already done, right? And so let's think now about this entire section, because there is still a lot of stuff that we need to fix here. So first of all, to make this section here stand out a little bit more, especially because we have these two content blocks here side by side, we should now give this section here a different background color. So you see that we have these 3 sections which all have the white background color. And the first one here, so the hero, has this very light orange tone. And so I think we should now finally go back to having a section with that orange tone as well, to make it stand out a little bit more from the rest and to create some nice visual contrast here between the sections. So let's do that. And I think it is this one here. Right. So that looks already a lot nicer, I think, at least. But now there's still something strange going on, because it would be a lot nicer if the spacing, for example, here at the top would be exactly the same as is here between these images. And also here at the right side. So the gallery is glued right now here to the side of the browser, and it would be nice to basically also have the exact same spacing that is here inside of the gallery around it. So that would make it look a bit more natural. And so what we need to do is to basically remove this huge padding from the section and instead put it inside of this container right here. So having this big padding only inside of this left side. Okay. So I'm going to remove that from here and put it in the testimonials. And actually we will want it basically around the entire thing. So not just top and bottom, because with this, we will then finally also create some space around it. And actually that was the wrong element. So let's go back. Ah, yeah. So it should of course be here in the testimonials container. So not just around the grid container, but really inside this entire thing. So including the headings. Right? And yeah, so that is what I was going for. So with this, we have the exact same spacing here as we had in the other sections and also below it. And also we have the same spacing here on the left side. So that looks perfect like this. But now let's think about the spacing that I was talking about earlier. So basically adding this spacing around the gallery that is also inside of it. So that shouldn't be too hard. We can simply add some padding also inside the gallery. So padding 1.6 rem. And so again, the exact same spacing as we have here, right? And that is exactly what I was talking about. So that looks really cool, I think. And it's nicely integrated now, basically into this section. Now we just have some problems here, I would say. For example, that here the text is quite narrow and it is breaking here into these 5 lines in this one and in this one, while here at the top we only have 4 lines. So all in all, it is looking a bit narrow, and I think even the spacing between these two is not enough. So the spacing here, I think, between the rows is good, but it's many times the case that for the columns we need some more spacing. So let's actually increase that before we do the other thing that I was talking about. So the row gap is good already. But now let's add a lot more column gap. So many times it doesn't look so natural to have the same gap in the row and in the column. And so the column many times needs a lot more. So that looks a lot better in terms of spacing, but then we made the problem even worse of the content here being too narrow. So there are 2 things that we need to fix here. First of all, there is too much space between the gallery and the testimonials here. And let me show you that in the inspector. So the inspector, once again, is really an invaluable tool here. So What I mean here is that, of course, around the testimonials container, we have our padding of 9.6, right? And so that's basically the space that we would want between these testimonials and the gallery. However, here inside this grid, we also have this spacing, right? And so this space we actually do not want here. So instead of using this predefined grid here, so our big layout grid, we will actually once again create our own grid. So for this reason that we can remove then the gap here, but there's also a second reason which I will talk about next. So that is the second thing that I mentioned earlier. So I said the first thing is that the spacing here is too much, which is because we're adding the padding plus the column gap. But then the second problem is that I think that actually this gallery here is a bit too wide. So right now, of course, these columns have the same size, but we should fix that. Okay, but first, let's do that first thing. So removing this predefined grid from here and creating our own grid for the section testimonials. So that's here. And so display grid. And then grid template columns. And for now, I will again make them equally sized, just so we can see that first problem being fixed. Okay. And so now you see that the only spacing that we have here is basically coming from this padding, and then also that 1.6 rem of padding that is coming here from the gallery. But I would say that we can neglect that one, right? So this is a bit better now, but still we have these two here in 5 lines of text and not just 4, which would make them look a lot better like here. Also, this content here is very dense. It's like a big wall of a lot of colorful and big content. And so if you take a look at this, it kind of looks as though this right side here would be a lot bigger than the left side, right? It has a huge visual impact. And so I think we can fix that a little bit simply by making this gallery a little bit more narrow. And so that will then, of course, free up some space here for this left side, and will also visually make it look a lot more balanced. Okay. Now, here, of course, we don't want to make huge changes. So, for example, we don't want this column to be twice as wide as the other one. That would be way too much, right? So, like this, it also doesn't look good. So one trick that I like to use when I'm using FRs here is to use them as though they were percentages. So remember that these two values here, they actually don't need to be 1 in order for the columns to have the same size. They simply need to be the same number. So we could also say 50 and 50, right? So that would then look exactly the same as before. And so now this looks a little bit like percentages, where this one is like 50% and this one is another 50%. Just remember that we do not use percentages here because then we wouldn't take care of the gap. Now here we don't have a gap, but anyway, we always should use FR. Now the point of this is that now we can say that this one should be like 55% and this one just 45. And so with this, we still have 100, and so the width is the same as before, but it is now going to be a bit more balanced. So you see that? So this is, I think, a lot better. And again, of course, these two together do not need to be 100. We just do it like this, so we can think of this in terms of percentages. So that's just a nice trick that I like to use myself. Okay? Now, if we check this out, this will create a problem. Well, actually not right now, but let's see that we make this a bit smaller. Then we would get all this weird spacing here between these rows, right? And we do not want that, of course. And so here in our grid, let's define align items set to center. And so that will, or at least it should, fix that problem. Right. Now, of course, the spacing here is gone, like that uniform spacing that we had with this 1.6 rem at the top as well. And so this is not ideal, but we will fix this a little bit later with media queries. Okay, for now, on this screen size here at least, I think it looks really, really nice. Now, just a small detail that I mentioned before is the color of this text here. So remember that it is 777 on now this background color. And so the contrast ratio might not be great at this point. So let's actually check that here in the contrast checker. And so, yeah, well, we're actually using this one, but still it is poor. So it should be above 4.5. And so what I'm going to do now is to basically drag this here as low as it can before it becomes yellow, basically, right? So yellow means that it is at least 4.5, which means it is acceptable. So this gray color here is basically the last one that we can use safely on this background color. So let me copy it and use this one instead. Okay. So VS Code then converted it to the lowercase f's. And let me actually paste then this color here in our design decisions. And I'm going to say lightest gray allowed on this one. All right. So let's go back. And yeah, nice. So it looks almost the same as before, but it is still significantly lighter than this one, creating this nice visual hierarchy between this more important content and then this one. All right, and with this, we are almost finished with this section. So we could actually say we are finished, but remember how I said that I wanted to show you a nice hover effect here on these images. And so let me now show you what I'm talking about. So basically what I want to do is that whenever we hover over one of these images, that they'll scale up so that they become a little bit larger. So that's quite simple. So we will again select these images, and then we will define the hover state on the images. So basically what happens as we hover over the images. So here again, we use the transform property, which remember has all kinds of different options. So we have used all the time the translates functions here, but there are other things that we can do. For example, we could rotate them. So let's try that, like 45 degrees. So DEG stands for degrees, and so that's yet another unit that we can use in CSS. So of course this is not what we're going for, but we could do this. So now the images rotate. And sometimes if you're building something like a more creative layout, then this might actually be a nice effect to go for. But in this case, what I want to do is really to scale. And I think we already did this before at some point. Let's try 1.1. Okay, like this. But now, of course, let's make it smooth. And so remember that all we have to do in order to do that is to add the transition property on the original element. So transition all, so which I'm always using, because then if later I add some other things here to the hover effect, then I can be sure that it is covered here in the transition property already. And let's again use our longer animation time. so the same time that we used also in the cards. And this could actually be another design decision that we could put here in general, so animation times. But well, let's not overcomplicate things. And so now the animation is nice and smooth, but still there is something missing because, well, it works perfectly, but it doesn't look really, really nice like this. So I think it does look a bit weird and a bit off. And so now that's where this container element comes into place. So the element into which we wrapped each of the images. So remember that down here, each of the images is inside of a figure, right? And so now as we scale up the images, they will basically overflow their parent element, right? And we can see that here in the inspector. So if we keep this one selected, well, cannot really see that, but if we turn on the grid, then it should become visible. And yeah, so basically each of these squares here is one of the figure elements. And so now as we hover, the image actually overflows that figure, right? And so what we can do to prevent that, remember, is to simply set overflow to hidden. And so that is the missing part of this trick and of this cool effect. So gallery item, overflow, hidden. And let's remove this, or actually don't yet. And so you see that now it does no longer overflow the figure because we fixed that with, once again, overflow hidden, which is a really important property that we need all the time. All right. And so now the images look as though they were the exact same size as before, but they scale in a little bit. So they kind of look as though they move towards the user as we hover them. And so this is something that I really like. And it is just another cool trick that we can do using the power of CSS. Nice. So very, very beautiful section here, I think. And I'm pretty sure that you also really like it. So that's just putting all the design guidelines that we used before into practice together with the power of CSS to achieve it. So we're getting closer to the end of our OmniFoot project, but there's still 3 sections to go. And so this next one will be the section on pricing and features. So remember how we had already decided that we're going to join together the pricing and also the features of the OmniFoot product into one single section. And so this is the one we will build over the next few lectures. So in our content file, we had 2 pricing plans, and so we will create these 2 pricing tables, just like in this example on the right side. So with the name of the plan at the top, so with this really big font size there, and then after that, just a list of the features that are included in that pricing plan, and then finally also a call to action button below it. Okay, so 2 pricing tables side by side, and then after that, we will have the typical 4 columns with the other features that are also included in OmniFoot. So here we will have some icon that I will want to enclose in like a colored shape. So just like here in this other design example, and then below that a small text and the description. We're gonna start in this lecture and probably the next one with the pricing tables, and then in the end, we will also build these features. So let's now go have some fun with that. And as always, adding a new section here with the class of section pricing. And as the very first thing, we will want our typical heading here. So here in the testimonials, it is not the way we want, because remember that this section is quite different from the other ones. So instead what we want is this entire container, which will center the content in the viewport. So all of this here. So let's paste that here very quick. But we still need to get rid of this center text because here we do not want to center these headings. So this one is pricing. And let's see if we have some title here for the pricing plans. So maybe somewhere up here. Well, where is the pricing actually? Ah, here it is. So here it just says we have 2 pricing plans, but that doesn't really sound so convincing. So of course we want users to sign up for one of these plans, and so we should have a pretty convincing headline here. So I'm going to write a headline that basically tells users that OmniFood allows them to eat well while still being cheap. Or, well, not cheap, but not so expensive. So we can say eating well without breaking the bank. Okay. And so these kinds of titles, of course, you ideally want to get them from your client. But if you don't, then you will just have to basically write them on your own. But then don't forget to also charge them something extra for doing that. Okay, of course you don't have to, but I would at least try that. So as always, let's copy this first part here. So section pricing, and let's give it, as always, the same padding here. And then let's already go check it out. And there it is. Nice. So let's now add another container, which we will make our grid container, so that in there we can have both our pricing tables side by side. So I'm going to create a new container, and here this one I will also make it a grid and a grid of 2 columns. So grid, 2 cols. Okay. So let's call each of them a pricing plan. And then let's just duplicate this here. So plan 1 and plan 2. And then let's see if they are already nicely side by side. And of course they are, thanks to our reusable grid. Okay. And now let's start filling each of them up. So let's get our content here. So we have this sentence here that we could probably place after these pricing plans. And then here we have the plans themselves. So let's just get the first one here. So let's place that somewhere down here. And okay. So we want to start with the name of the plan, remember? And so let's call that one the plain name. Plan name. So this one is the starter. Next up, we have the price. So let's use another paragraph here, but we could just as well also use a span element. So plan price. So this one is $3.99 per month. However, here I actually don't want to write the per month immediately after this, and instead I will want to put it in a new line, as I will show you soon. However, remember how just the number itself of the price, so just this value here, was really big in that example I showed you in the beginning. And so here I want to do the same thing. And so I will just wrap this $sign here into its own span so that we can then format it individually. Okay. Then next is where we will put that per month, but I will actually write a bit more. So let's call this one the plan text. And so here, something nice that I have been seeing is that some companies display their price basically per day. So in this case here, what users get for their $399 per month is 1 meal per day, right? And so we can do a quick calculation of dividing $399 by 30 days per month. So that's normally the average day in a month. And so we can now say that this is basically just $13 per meal, right? And so that's not too bad. So that sounds good for the user. And so we can write that right here. So per month, just to make it really clear, and then that's just $13 per meal. Right. Then next we have basically here this list of features. Now we already kind of have something like this on our page, right? We already have a list pre-built. So what I mean is this list right here. So this is also, well, in this case, not a list of features, but it is still a list. And so this, I think, would look quite good also in our pricing table. And so what we can do is to now reuse this list. So let's actually go where it is defined, which is right here. So here in the meals section. And there was actually a reason why I didn't call this here immediately the meal list. So everything here was like meal icon, meal attribute, but this one I just called it list. And that is because the list is always a good candidate for reusability. And so that's what we will do now. So I'll just cut the code from here and put it here in our general file, just so we know that it is something reusable. Just here before these helpers. Okay. And so now let's also then simply go ahead and copy the HTML. So just like this. So I'm just copying one li, and then I can just duplicate that a couple of times. So right here after this paragraph, okay. So this first one is 1 meal per day. So instead of vegetarian, and then I'm just duplicating this twice now, using that shortcut. Then the order times are between 11 and 9. Let's put that here. And finally, delivery is free. So in a way, these are also OmniFood features, but these ones are displayed right in the pricing table because they are really important. So let's see what this looks like. And okay. So at least now the list is already formatted, while the rest of the pricing plan, of course, is not yet, but we will leave that for a little bit later, so that we can now actually create the second one. Or actually, there's still something missing, remember, because I also want to place a call to action button at the very end here. And actually that call to action button might be exactly the same as in the header. So the one that says start eating well. So let's grab simply this one from here. And so that then will also lead the user to that call to action section that we will build a little bit later. So that should be here right after this UL. And here, of course, we do not need this class. So no margin on the right. And that's it. Let's just check it out again. And yeah, nice. So now let's just duplicate the same thing here for plan number 2. So basically copying all of this. And yeah, then we can just replace this entire thing, getting the content here. Let's just paste it here somewhere. And so this one is called the complete. So that's $649 per month. And here we actually get 2 meals per day. So this here should be meals. And so instead of getting 30 meals per month, we actually get 60 now. So let's see what that is per meal then. So 694 divided by 60, and actually that's 649. So that's about $11 per meal, right? So clearly this one here is cheaper. And so with this, we make it immediately obvious, well, that it is cheaper indeed. So 2 meals per day. Go and replace that here. So 2 meals. This one we can order 24/7. So that's also an advantage. Delivery is free as well. So this one is the same, but then there is another one. So let's duplicate this very quick and get access to the latest recipes. Okay. And for some reason it keeps jumping back up. Okay. And now let's add some visual styles here to this text. So let's select these class names. So the pricing plan, let's leave it for later. So that's more of a layout part. And instead, I'm going to copy these 3 right here. So the name, price, and text. And then again, I'm using the Alt or Option trick of selecting everything, then moving here to the back and doing it all at the same time like this. Okay. Now, first of all, we want these 3 here to be centered inside of the plan. So we could now add text align center to all of them, but I think it would be better to actually create like a distinction here in the code between this top part of the pricing plan, so these 3 here, and then the list afterwards. So I think that also semantically this makes more sense. And so here we can use a header element. So basically saying that these 3 elements here are the introduction, so they are the header of this component, so of all this content. So let's call this here the plan header and put that here. And then I will do just the same in the other one, of course. Okay. And so now we can also select that and add text align center to that itself. So text align center, and we can then also create some space after it. For example, by saying margin bottom of 48 pixels. Okay. So that's already a start here. And of course, we are still lacking a lot of styling there. So let's keep going. So the plan name, I want it to be a bit similar to the subheadings. So what this means is, let's use this color here. So this a little bit darker version of the orange. We also want to make it a bit bold using 600 here. And let's give it a font size of, well, let's start with 1.8. I want it to be uppercase as well. And let's even give it some letter spacing of 0.75. Okay, then let's think about the price. So remember how here I want to make the text really big. So let's check our list here of big values. So something like 74 or 62, let's try 74. So 7.4 rem, make it bold as well. And also make it darker. So just like all our headings that we usually have, even though this is not a heading, but it will look a little bit similar. Then, as for the plan text, let's start with our typical 1.8 rem font size and line height of also 1.8 here. Okay, so let's check it out. And of course, we still need some spacing. And well, in general, I think the entire text here is a bit too big. So this text here, for example, is more like a supporting text. And so let's make that smaller and also lighter. So this one here is our default text size and also the default text color. So let's make this one smaller and lighter. And the same for these here, actually. So everything is a bit too big for me. And then, of course, we also need to select this one and make it smaller. So again, just like in that design example I showed you in the beginning. So 1.6 here, let's also decrease the line height. And well, right now the line is actually not breaking, so we cannot even see the line height. But later on, when the page becomes smaller and there's less space, then the line will have probably multiple lines, and then the line height becomes important. So here let's also go to the smaller one, 6.2 rem, and the same here. So we got a little bit carried away here with our font sizes, but like this it should be better. Let's also add some margin to the bottom here, 3.2 rem, let's say, and then also to the price itself. Margin bottom. And here I will use less spacing because I think the price and the text, which kind of describes the price, they belong closer together than the plan name and the price. So here we're once again using the law of proximity. Okay, and then this one here does not need any margin to the bottom because, well, the margin here is already been taken care of up here in the margin bottom of the plan header. Now, just before we go check it out, we should also format that $sign there. So that is in plan price. And then the span element in there. So let's make it smaller, but also not like super small. Let's say like 3 rem. And if we don't want it to be as bold, then we need to also override the font weight that it is now inheriting from this one. Right, so this is a child element of the plan price, and so it is indeed inheriting the font weight. And so let's make it a little bit less so. Let's also add some margin to the right here, so to create some space between the two. And here 8 pixels might be good. So 0.8 rem. So let's check that. And yeah, that looks quite nice. But now I do think that the text here is actually too small, the name of the price here. But now, after all, I do actually think that this text here is way too small. So the name of the price is indeed quite important. So let's make it bigger. So here, like 2 rem, maybe even. Yeah, I think that makes sense like this. And now as for spacing, what we need next is some space between this one and this one. And I also want to center horizontally this button here. So we could now add some more helper classes to this button, but instead I will simply create like a parent element to this one here. So this one, let's call it the plan sign up. Okay. So let's text align center it. And then here we can add some margin to the top. So basically to create some space between the list and this element here. So instead of using a margin bottom on the list, we simply use margin top on the element below that, because remember, the list is a reusable item, so a reusable component, and so there we do not want any margins. So between the header and the list, there is a margin of 4.8, and so let's use the same here. So margin top here, and now again 4.8 rem. Okay. Oh, and of course we need to do the same thing here on the left side as well. So just copying this. And there we go. Okay, so that is already looking like something. Oh, and I forgot to make this text here lighter. So remember how I said I was going to make it smaller and lighter, but I forgot the lighter part. So color here, and remember how we used to use 777, but remember that on the orange light background, that was not accessible. So here I will again use this one, because we will want to add actually some background color a bit later here. So going back, that looks even better, I think, in terms of visual hierarchy. And yeah, this is starting to look designed, starting to look nice, but there are still a lot of things that we will want to fix here. And so let's actually do that in the next video. So let's quickly continue formatting or pricing tables. And first of all, let's give them here a background color to make them stand out from the rest of the section here. So yeah, we hadn't even selected them yet. So pricing plan. And then the background color of this very light orange here. So basically our very lightest tint. And so, yeah, so we have the color, but of course there are a lot of things to fix. So we need some spacing here, so some padding, and let's also make the borders round. So using the same border radius as we used up here. So I believe that was 11 pixels. So border radius 11 pixels, and adding a nice big padding of 4.8 rem. So let's try that. And that is already starting to look good. However, there are some things that are not really good. And the first of all is that these columns are very, very wide, right? So they are this wide because we simply created a grid with 2 columns here. However, we do not want these elements here to fill the entire column, basically. And that is, of course, possible. We can simply make them a little bit less wide. So right now, these elements, they occupy the entire grid cell because they are block level elements, and so they will expand to 100% of width of the available space, right? And we can, of course, easily see that here. So between these dashed lines here, as you know, we have the grid cells. So one grid cell and one grid cell. And so each of these elements is occupying, by default, that entire cell. But let's change that by making them a little bit less wide. So for example, just 75% of the available width. And so that's how it looks like then. So that looks a little bit nicer, right? However, of course, this one should now still move here, so that then the entire thing is basically centered, and so that we don't have this huge spacing between the two. So we still want this exact same gap. And so what we want to do is to place this item here on the right side. So basically we want to align a grid item inside of a grid cell. And the way we do that is by using the justify items property, right? So I know that is way back. We learned that many hours ago, but now it is important again. So let's try that right here. So with align, or actually justify, because align is vertically and justify is horizontally, right? And so here this is clearly an issue of horizontal alignment. And so if we set justify items and set it to end, then both of them would move to the right side, right? And so this is what we want for the first one, but not for the second one. And so instead of using justify items on the grid container, we can simply do it for one grid element itself. So for one grid item, we can add justify self and then set that to end. Okay, so again, we learned all that a little bit back, but if you don't remember that, that is not a big problem. Okay, so let's add another class here. So just to select this one, and also want to then select the other one, which we will also need later. So I'm using dash dash for a variation again. So this one is the starter. So let's copy that here. And so as I just demonstrated in the DevTools, here we want justify self, right? And then push it all the way to the end. And so in the end, we end up with this. And so this looks a lot better than what we had before. The columns are now at a nice width, so they look quite natural this way. And yeah, they are still centered. And you see that this one here is aligned to the right side, and the first one is by default aligned to the left side. Right? So very nice, very beautiful. Now we just have this problem that here, this content broke into 2 lines. But we can fix that by making this text, I think, a little bit shorter. Right. So that's one of the problems. Let's fix that one first. So order times are between 11 and 9. So this we can abbreviate to order from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. So that's the same, but shorter. And so that looks a lot nicer. But now another problem is that here, this and this one, they're not really aligned, right? So that looks quite off. And so one solution would be to somehow push this one here to the end. But another solution that I also like is to basically add another bullet point here and then add nothing. So saying that this one here is missing one of the features that this one has. So if you see, this one is quite similar to this one to this one, and these two are actually the same. But then this one gets access to the latest recipes, while this one does not. And so let's add another bullet point here, and actually using another icon. So instead of a check mark, we can like use a cross or something. Well, not that. Yeah, this one here. So let's copy that. And then going back here, yeah, it's this one. So let's duplicate this and change the icon. And then we don't need any text at all. So you will see that it now looks quite nice, simply showing basically that this one does not exist. Of course, we need to format it also the same way. So giving it the same class. And so now this is the effect that I was looking for. And so now it makes it that both of these pricing tables have exactly the same size. Nice. And now let's start a little bit about visual hierarchy here. So these two pricing tables, they now look exactly the same. But what we want our user to do is to basically select this one here on the right, right? Because, well, this one here makes the company more money. And so we can say that this one here is the best value. because it actually is. And we can also like highlight this one here. And the way I'm going to do that is by de-emphasizing this one here on the left. So remember that that is one of the techniques that we can use for creating a visual hierarchy between like these bigger components. And so that's what I'm going to do now. So only this one will have this background color, and here I will remove it. So let's add a similar class name to the second one. So pricing plan complete. And then I will add that background color only to this one. Okay. So this actually already creates a nice effect, right? We can immediately see that somehow this is more important. So this draws a lot more attention. However, like this, I think that this one here feels kind of lost, right? So to fix that, we can just give it a small border just so that it doesn't look completely detached from this one, because it's kind of lacking a structure right now. So if we give it back some border, then that should fix it. So let's add a border of 2 pixels, solid, and with the exact same color. So just ever so subtle, just so we can see that it is a bit distinguished from the rest of the background. Okay. So that looks way better. There is just one very small problem of alignment that we created by adding these 2 pixels here as a border. So let me show you by scrolling down here, and then as these 2 buttons here approach the end of the screen, watch how this one here is a little bit higher up than this one. And so the reason for that is these 2 pixels that we added basically on top of the already existing padding. All right. So remember from the box model how these basically add up together. And so we need to remove these 2 pixels. So for this one. So actually this padding will only apply to the complete pricing. And then this one here, to compensate, will have a little bit less. So 4.6 RAM. So this is just a minor issue, but now it is fixed. And so it's perfect now. Let's also emphasize a little bit here some of these numbers. So just again to make this one here a bit more prominent. So in the second one, yeah, let's use our strong element. So 2 meals per day. Let's actually include the meals here. And then here order 24/7. All right. And so with this, we are almost finished here. And we could leave it like this, but I want to add something more, which is basically like a ribbon here saying that this one is the best value. And so this is going to be similar to something that we already did before a couple of times. So again, basically we will add like an element here, which will go like this, and then it should say best value. So how do you think we could do that? Well, one great way would be to use a before or an after pseudo element. All right. So on this one. So let's copy that. And well, I didn't want this one. Right. And then here the content should be best value. And so that should then immediately place it somewhere here. Yeah, so here it is. So nice, but let's now format it and place it in this corner. So for that, we're going to use absolute positioning. Absolute. And so for that, of course, the parent element inside of which it should be placed, we need to make it a relative positioned element. So this one here, let's make the text uppercase. So text transform uppercase. Let's increase the font size here, 1.4 rem maybe. And let's make it bold as well. And like really bold this time. Oh, and of course we still need to position it here. And let's just start with top 0 and right 0. All right. And let's give it some background color as well. And we could of course use the orange color that we have been using, but let's actually go for this yellow here. So this is one that we used for the tags previously. So let's reuse that same color here. All right, and there it is already. So already nicely positioned. Let's maybe give it some padding, and then we can position it exactly where we want it. So padding, maybe 8 pixels at the top to make it not too big. And then on the sides, it doesn't really matter for now. Let's just use 3.2 rem right here. And the text, I think, could be also a bit darker. So the contrast didn't look so nice there on the yellow. Yeah, that's better. All right. So remember I said that I want it kind of to be like this. So we want to rotate it a little bit. And so for that, we can use, again, transform. And now, indeed, we will use the rotate that I had shown you before. So 45 degrees. And so that is already looking like something. But now to position it exactly where we want it to be, we need to play around like with the top and right values until we find the right position. So let's open up this one here and find the pseudo element here in the HTML. And then let's play around, as I said, a little bit with these numbers. So let's say maybe we start at 5%. So we want to make these here actually also basically flexible so that when something changes here, then the position here stays also at the same place. And I'm using percentages here because that's just usually the best choice when we're building a flexible layout. So on the right, let's also like say 5%, or actually that must be minus. And that's not really enough. So let's go a bit down. Okay. Let's maybe give it some more space here, actually, like this, or maybe like this, yeah. And then we need to just position it nicely. And yeah, I think like this, it looks okay, right? Now, what we need to do next is, of course, basically cut off these corners here. So these we do not want, right? So, do you remember how we can do that? Well, we can simply use overflow hidden. Well, actually not on this one. So the overflow hidden needs to be always on the parent element. So basically the one on which this one here is overflowing. So this parent element here, this one will want to hide the content that is overflowing it. Okay, so let's add that there, and let's also memorize these values here. So 6 and minus 7. So 6 here and minus 7%, of course. Okay, and now as I was saying, it is this parent element here which needs the overflow hidden. Okay, and nice. But still not perfect, because here, of course, we want this to go all the way out. So we don't want to see any corners there. So we need to increase the padding here a bit. Let's say 4. And so that makes it then bigger. But it also makes it so that, that it changed kind of here the position again. So let's just add something big here, like 8 rem. just to make sure that that doesn't happen. So let's play around with this a little bit here. And that is starting to look good. But to see it better, we need to turn off this one, right? So this is basically a lot of just playing around until we find the right value here. And yeah, this might be it actually. I think this looks now as if it was centered. And so let's leave it like this. So you see that here we cannot use like a nice flexbox or something like this to make it really centered. So this is just playing around until we find the right spot. So -18 here. And then down here the padding is 8. So -18 and 8 rem here. So now that should be fixed, and that does look very beautiful. So this definitely gives it another really nice visual effect right here. Okay, so this part here, I now consider it finished. And so let's actually very quickly just get started on the next part, which is the features part, just so I can show you something else. So right here after this first grid right here, so we have this grid here, so container grid with 2 columns, but now we want another grid right after it, right? And that's no problem at all. We can simply create another similar thing to this. So right here, so div container, and it's a grid. And here, let's see how many features we have, but it should be 4. So yeah, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so let's just add 4 div elements here really fast, called feature, and then just duplicating them. And so here we want the one with 4 columns. And this one I think we already have. Yeah, here it is. So 4 equally sized columns. Okay, but now here's what I actually want to show you, which is the fact that there is now, of course, no spacing between these grids here. So this is the first time this is happening where we have multiple grids inside of the same section. But that is, of course, perfectly acceptable. So absolutely nothing wrong with that, and it should actually be really common. And so we need a way of working with that situation automatically. So we do not want to like manually have to add now some margin bottom to this first grid. So instead, we basically want that to happen automatically. So what we can do here is to basically add a margin bottom to this grid right here. So let's use once again our 9.6 rem here, which is kind of a standard that we have been using for vertical spacing. So let's check that out. And indeed, now here we have that space that we need. However, if we move up here, you will see that space being added everywhere. Well, here that's actually not the case, but here we set it manually, I remember. And so that's why it's not here. But in this one, it should now be there. So this grid now has, of course, that margin and then plus all this additional padding. So here we have way too much space because this one, we actually do not want this margin bottom, right? Because indeed, there is only one grid here. And so it doesn't make sense that this one has a margin bottom as well. So that is actually quite simple to fix, because we can simply say that when a grid is the last child, then the margin bottom should be 0. And so, well, let's fire up our inspector here again. And so indeed, now the margin here is gone, right? It has a margin bottom of 0, while this one here at the bottom, it still maintains the one that we want. So in the pricing section, now this grid does have the 9.6 RAM, and this one does not. Okay, so this is a new and important addition to our grid, because this will allow us to basically have multiple grids inside of the same section. Okay, now we can just make this even a little bit nicer and using a trick that I haven't shown you before. So let me show it to you now. So there is another pseudo class that we can use, which is the not. So here, what we're going to say is a grid that is not the last child will have this margin, and that's it. So we can remove it from here, and we can remove all this, and have it all in just this one line of code. So this probably looks a bit confusing, so let's analyze what we just did here. So before, basically by default, we were always adding this margin here on all the grid elements. And then after that, we selected the ones that were the last and removed it. So first we put it everywhere, and then we removed it on some of them, right? But now we are doing it the other way around. Now we will only add it if it is not the last child. Okay, so that is different, right? We will not simply add it always by default. Instead, we will only add this margin to the bottom if, again, the grid element is not the last child inside of its parent container. Okay, so I think this makes sense, and this code is a little bit nicer than this one. All right, and if you want to practice using this kind of code here, then you can go back to many examples where we did this, so without using the not. And so all there, you can replace what we did here using the not pseudo class with last child. Okay, so that would be good for you to practice, I think. And so with that, we can now build this feature section or this feature part here right in the next video. In this lecture, we're going to finish building the pricing section by now finally building that final features part. And remember how at the end of the last lecture, we already created a new container here with a new grid with 4 columns. So here we already have the boxes for each of the 4 features, and so let's now fill them up. So these are our 4 features. Let me just copy the first one. Okay. And I'm going to paste that right here. So as we saw before a couple of times, a feature block usually has first an icon, then some kind of small headline, and then below that some smaller text for a description. So we will have an icon, so I will get that next. But for now, let's start here with the feature title. So that's what I'm going to call it. And here again, we're not using any H element, so no H4 or H5, because this is not really a heading of a new section. All right. So here we have never cook again. And then below that, let's simply add the feature text. So just moving that up here. And there we go. Now we just need the icon here. So I already pre-selected the icons here, of course, so we don't have to lose a lot of time searching for them. But here you could, of course, now go through them and basically find the one that you think fits the best for this feature. So for this entire text. Now the one that I chose is the infinite icon. So if you never have to cook again, then basically you have food forever. So I liked this one here really a lot. And so this one, I'm going to call it the feature icon as expected. So let's just quickly check that out here. And indeed, there we go. So icon, then that text, and then the description below. And so let's now duplicate this a couple of times. Or actually, yeah, let's do that. So duplicating it 3 times and then just deleting this one. Okay, triple clicking here. So this is the second one. So local and organic is the second feature. Then we also have no waste, just to show consumers that we are very concerned with the environment, not waster. And finally this one. And then after that, we of course have to go looking for the icons. So pause anytime. All right, and let's start with this one, pause. And that is actually a pretty common icon, just like you might find, for example, on your remote for your TV. So, well, actually, let's not paste it here, because then we override our class. So I will just basically remember here. So it's called pause outline. So I just need to replace the infinite here. Next up, we have no waste. So this one is all about the environment. And so I figured that this icon here with a leaf would be very nice to symbolize that. So we could also have used like a globe or an earth, but this one is also nice. So leaf outline, yeah, right here. And then finally, this one is for local and organic. So here I'm using this one, nutrition. So this looks, well, it doesn't look really organic, but I think the user can get the point by seeing this icon. So nutrition. And okay. So I said back then in the icon section that we should always use icons that are really crystal clear, right? But of course, that is not always really 100% possible. And especially if we use a free icon pack such as this one. But usually with some searching and some creativity, we can still find something that fits our message quite well. And so, yeah, here they are, all the 4 icons. And so now it's time to simply style this. So, I'm in the wrong file. All right, here we go. So it is the feature icon, the feature title, and the feature text. Once again, using the Alt or Option click at the same time. And there we go. So let's start with the text here. That's always a little bit easier. So the font size here, I'm not really sure. Let's see what we have been using for our tertiary heading. So that is like 3 rem. And so I think that this one can be then 1 level below. So 1 step below in our system, which should be, yeah, 2.4. So let's use that. And let's also make it darker, basically, and make it bold. So really bold this one, because since it is smaller, the boldness can be a little bit more. And Also some margin to the bottom here, 1.6 rem. Okay, then our feature text. And here, as always, I'm using 1.8 rem for font size and line height. Okay, and let's just also already give this one here a nice color. And here I'm going to use our brand color. So this one, and let's give it some height also here already. Let's just start with 4.2 rem maybe. And the same for the width and some margin to the bottom. And so here for the visual hierarchy, the title and the text should be closer together than the title and the icon. So here we have 1.6, and so let's double that here. So 3.2 rem. Okay. Nice. That's already looking really good. But now remember how we actually want to enclose these icons into a circle. So a circle with a nice background color, but very subtle and very light. So we can actually use the same as this one, right? So to also keep it consistent. But even like this, it's already looking nice. And I think there's also some nice visual balance with this first content that we have here. But that will become even better once we do create these circles here. So let me show you how we can do that. And actually, there's no need to create yet another element. So there's no need to create a container element for each of these icons. Instead, we can style them directly. And let me show you. And first, I will make them a little bit bigger. 3.2. And then let me immediately give them some background. So that is this one here, remember? And yeah, let's check it out. And there we go. So that's looking good already. And now all we need to do is to add some padding here. And we can also make it round, of course. So as for the padding, let's try here half of the margin, 1.6 rem, and then the border radius of 50%. Let's give it a save, and beautiful. So that looks amazing. And yeah, this is exactly what we were going for. Let me inspect it here. And so, yeah, as I explained to you before, this will basically inline here this icon immediately into our page using that JavaScript code. And so here is that content that we defined and then the padding on top. So basically here in this element, I guess because it is like an element that was created by this script, so inside of this shadow root, the box sizing border box setting is not really working, right? And we can see that because we defined the width here as 32 pixels, and then we also defined some padding. And so that padding here was added on top, right? And so now the whole size of this is actually 64. And so that's exactly the behavior of the default box model without using box sizing set to border box. Okay, so just keep that in mind in case you want to use these icons yourself. But anyway, if we know that, then with this, I think we're good to go, actually. So this looks perfect. Really, really nice. Also the spacing here and the visual hierarchy, everything looks good. And so we're almost finished here. And I say almost finished because there is still a small piece of content in our content file that we didn't yet put anywhere. And the one I'm talking about is back in the pricing tables, we had that sentence. Where is that? So prices include all applicable taxes. Users can cancel at any time. So let's grab this text right here. And where should we put it? So I think it makes sense to actually have it right here after these pricing plans and then before these here. So let's then add another container right here after this first grid and before the second grid. So our code is growing really a lot, so it's getting more and more confusing to find a place where we actually want to put our new code. Right. But anyway, let's use a container here. And then the content, we could just paste it here immediately, or we could put it into something like a paragraph, or even better, we can use the aside element. Now, you might think, well, we have used the aside for a sidebar, and this is nothing like a sidebar, right? However, that's not really the meaning of the aside element. So aside might be used for sidebars, but only if it does contain basically some additional but not crucial information. So that is exactly the meaning of aside. So its goal is to contain some information that is not crucial, but which basically plays a supporting role. And so that's exactly what aside is here. So this is like some additional information for the pricing plans. So I'm calling this the plan details. Now here, this users doesn't sound so good. It's better to speak directly to the user. So we can just say, you can cancel at any time. And to make the messaging here even a bit better, we can even include both plans also, or just include the following. And so the following is then these 4 features that we have next. And so with this, we kind of create a transition between these 2 bigger parts here. So let's also style that, of course. And this one, we're going to make it a bit smaller. Line height also 1.6. And let's align it to the center here, actually, because the 2 columns for the pricing plans, they're also kind of centered. Okay, nice. So this looks nice, but there is missing some spacing after it. And then here the space is actually a little bit too big. All right. Now, how are we going to add this spacing here? So inside of this section here, we want consistent spacing. And so what we can do, instead of now manually defining the spacing here on the plan details, we can simply make something which doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but I think it might do. So I will simply make this a grid container as well, because by doing this, it will now also automatically get that spaced at the bottom of 96 pixels, right? And it is no problem at all. So it is now a grid, but it only has one child element, and so it has basically just one column. And also we didn't even define the columns anywhere because we didn't put the grid and then something columns on there. And so this is just to maintain this same spacing everywhere. So if at some point in our design we decided to change this like to 6, then that would change everywhere. Okay? But putting it back, we can now see that here, of course, the spacing is way too big. So here we have what I call ambiguous spacing, because the spacing here is the same as here. And so here we have this small piece of content that we don't really know where it belongs to. And it does belong to this part here, of course. And so we do need to reduce now the margin bottom here. So for that, let's use some of our helper classes. So again, whenever we kind of want to override a default, we can simply do that with one of these. So let's use this one again that we have already used previously. And so this will then override everything because it has the important on it. So that is this one here with the pricing plans. Of course, without the dot. And there we go. So immediately we can now see that this belongs here. Right? I think that's really obvious simply by changing this spacing. And so, yeah, now we see that this margin bottom of 9.6 that we defined previously has been overwritten with this 4.8. All right. And I would say that with this, we finished yet another really beautiful section. So we took a lot of attention to detail, which I think is really important if you want to deliver good work. And yeah, I think we just did that here. So really nice job. I'm really happy to see that you are still sticking with me at this point here in this huge project, which at many times might seem a bit complicated. But really, if you dissect everything, it is all just a matter of applying the design rules and applying all the CSS and HTML that you had already learned before. All right. And of course, I'm also teaching you a couple of tricks and techniques that I've been learning over the years. So things like using helper classes like this here to basically override a default setting that we set somewhere else. Okay. So using these helper classes here, these really are helpful for us. And so you should get used to doing that as well. Okay, but enough talking. Let's now move on to the next section. So, I mean, the next section, not in the course, but of this project, which is finally going to be the call to action section. So hopefully I will see you there soon. Hey there, and welcome back to the last section before the footer. And so this is finally the call to action section. So here we will basically create a form where the user can then start signing up for OmniFood. So we will have a field for the name, the email, how they found OmniFood, and then also a submit button. Then before that, we will also have, as always, some heading and some text. And on the right side here, I actually want to add like a supporting image. So to make this form look a little bit more catchy, and yeah, in general, supporting images are many times a good idea. And so we'll just do that here as well. All right. So we're going to base this example on these standout sections that I've been showing you in the web design section. So just like that first example there. And then as for the form, basically, I will make a form in a grid. So here a 2x2 grid, as you can see in my sketch here. Okay, so let's start doing this now. So adding yet another section here. So section CTA, which stands for call to action. Then this one, we also, just like all the others, or at least most of the others, we want it to be centered. So container. But of course, it wouldn't have to be centered. So this is just the design decision that I took for this one. But if you wanted, you could also have a standout section that, for example, occupies like 80 or 90 or even 100% of the viewport width. But here, I just like to keep it centered like the rest of the sections. Okay, then here inside of that container, on the left side, we will basically have that form and also all that other content. So the heading and the paragraph text that I draw in the sketch. And so let's call this one here the CTA text box. And then the other one for the right side, which is where the image will live. So CTA image box. All right. And here we will actually, again, create our own grid because we want these two columns here, so these two elements, not to have the exact same width. but instead the image should take up like 1/3, and then this other box here about 2/3 of the container. So let's give this here another name so we can style it individually. Okay, let's grab all of this here as always. So CTA section. And so now that CTA, let's actually immediately work on what I just said. So making it a flex container, or actually a grid container. So of course we could also use Flexbox, but well, as I said in the beginning, I'm simply choosing to use CSS Grid for all the big overall page layout elements. And so I would say that this is one of them. And so yeah, using CSS Grid for those and using Flexbox for the small stuff. So grid template columns. And so as I said, I want this first box, so the first grid item here, to be 2/3 and this one 1/3. And so that's very simple. So the first one needs to be 2 FR and the second 1 FR. And so together they make up 3 FRs, and of those, 2 out of 3 are for the first one and 1 out of 3 are for the second one. And so that's then exactly 1/3 and 2/3 for the first one. Okay, so I hope that made sense. So let's check it out here in our page. And indeed, that does look as though this one here has 2/3 and this one here 1/3. Great, we're off to a good start, but since this is one of those standout sections, let's give it a background color. And I will actually use a gradient here, but for now let's just choose our regular brand color, and I will also add a box shadow to it. And here I will use the same one that we used for the meals, and again that is just for consistency. So this one here. So maybe we will make it a bit darker, but we will use these same values here. And actually, let's copy that also here into our design decisions, which of course you don't have to do it, but just so we keep it consistent, we can then come here and copy that. So that's especially useful if our project is really big. So let's try that here, but probably we will have to make it a bit darker. Oh, and of course we cannot see much because the element is really small still. So let's for now add some temporary height here. So this is temporary. So height, let's say 50 rem. And so let's see now. And well, you can very faintly see the shadow here. Maybe in the screencast you cannot see it, so we will have to make it darker. And the reason for that is that the darker the background basically is, then the more dark the shadow also needs to be, because otherwise it will not be visible at all. So let's make it 0.15 maybe. And since we're here, let's also make the borders round again. So again, using the same 11 pixels as in the meal. And that already looks a lot better. So it's still quite subtle, of course, because that will always be the goal. We never want a dark shadow. Remember that? But if we turn it off, then it looks quite different. Right? And so it is definitely there, and we could maybe make it even a bit darker, but also I think it is okay like this. But anyway, let's now take care of that gradient that I was talking about. So what I want to do is to create a gradient that is darker on one side and lighter on the other side. So basically what I'm going to do is to use a lighter version of our orange here to use it on one side of the gradients. But first, let's remember here again how gradients actually work, just in case you skipped the first lecture where I first introduced this. let's turn this one off. And now here, in order to specify a gradient, we use the background image property actually. So a gradient is basically treated as though it was an image, okay? And so here we then write this function here, so linear gradient, and then we can specify two colors. So let's specify our regular brand color here first, just like this, and then we can specify a second one. Let's actually do the second one first. And just for testing, I'm gonna go with red here. Okay. So that is definitely a background, even though not a very pretty one yet. And you see that by default, the gradient flows from the top to the bottom here. Okay. But we can also change that here as the first value that we specify here, which is basically the degree. So we can say 90 degree here, for example, and so then it will flow from the left to the right. Okay, and if we say 180 degrees, then it will be again from top to bottom, which is basically the default. And then with 360 degree, then it should be the opposite. And indeed it is. Now this is one way of doing it, but there is actually another one. So we can also basically do it using English language and writing something like to right. And so now it flows to the right. So from the starting color here to the right, all the way to the second color. And we can also say to the left. Then it will be the opposite direction. You see that? And we can also basically use corners. So we can say to right bottom. And so then it should start at the left top corner, exactly here, and then flow to the right bottom corner as we just specified. And so let's actually leave it at this setting. All right. But here, of course, you could experiment with all the other values here as well. So here it could be also left, and here it could also be top. But now as for the second color here, let's get one of our tints. So this is the original one. So let's grab another one, maybe this one. So with this, I think we wouldn't have a big difference, but here it should then be noticeable. So just copy that, replacing the red with that new one. And yeah, I think that does look quite nice here. And so let's leave it at that. I will just copy this here into our designs. Okay. And so that's it for now for this part. So that's the entire CTA here. And now let's take care of this image here. Now, what I'm going to do is to actually now use a background image. So instead of specifying the image right here, I will use a background image, because that will then make it easy for me to overlay a color on top of it. So again, we actually already did that before, but I thought it was important to do it here once more. So let me copy these two actually. Or at least I will also already write this one here. All right. And now, as I was saying, let's specify the background image right here. So when we have an actual image, we need to use the URL function here. And the image we are looking for here is this one. So this, I think, is a very beautiful supporting image of a lady eating here, again, some nice food. And so this, once again, has the goal of making the user then really feel like they should be signing up for OmniFood. But here, specifying the path will actually become a little bit trickier. So let me show you why. So if we just specify let's say img, and then slash eating, like we have been doing before, so like this, well, then it shouldn't really work. So let me show you that on the page. And indeed, it is not here. So let me inspect that right here. And you see we have this red error. So if we click here to console, we will see that failed to load resource on eating.jpg. Okay, so let me show you why that is. Now VS Code somehow displays it here, but well, it is actually not correct. So the reason for this is that right now here in the CSS file, we are actually in this CSS folder. So in this one, right? However, writing it like this basically means that in the same folder that we are currently in, go into the image folder and then choose the image eating, right? However, inside of the CSS folder, there is no image folder. So it works this way with this path in the HTML, because in this file, we are actually like in the root folder. And so in this folder, there is indeed an image folder where the browser can reach into, right? But here again, it is not, because we are in the CSS folder. And so first we need to basically move out of the CSS folder into the main root folder. And then from there, we can reach into the image folder. Okay, so what we have to do is to write ... and then slash. So the ... basically means to go to the parent folder. So moving one level up in the file tree. And so then once we are back in the parent folder, then of course we can go into image and then this one here. So let's see. And here it is. All right. So hopefully that wasn't all too confusing. But just remember that whenever you need to go one level up, just use the 2 dots here before writing the rest of the path. And in case you need to go 2 levels up, you can just do this. ... slash ... and then slash whatever comes next. All right. But anyway, let's now size the background. So background size, and here we use cover again, which will basically ensure that whatever is the dimension of this element, the background image will always cover it entirely. And so now that looks perfect. Right? So this here is the element, and without background size cover, it just looks wrong, right? Now we can also position the background. So that's something that we haven't done before. So background position, and here, for example, we can try top, which I think is the default, or we can try bottom as well. Well, here nothing changes actually, because the image is already stretched as high as it can. But if we put it to the left, then apparently nothing changes. But in some situations, it can be helpful to play around with this property. So let's just set it to center here. All right. Now we can try something else. So if this one here was really small, like just 10 rem, then of course there is not a lot of space for the image. And so then here, this property might become helpful. So without it being centered, it will automatically be aligned at the top, as I just said before. But at the center, it then moves here, and we can even put it to the bottom as well. And so that then only shows this last part here. Okay. But anyway, I will just put it here to center. And so that is how the image looks like in this situation. Now the image like this is way too bright and it takes up too much attention because it doesn't blend in very well with this side here of the container. So there needs to be a little bit more harmony, let's say. And so what I'm going to do is to overlay this same gradient that we already have here also on top of the image. All right. And again, we did that before, actually. And so let me just explain it quickly again. So in the background image property, we can actually define multiple backgrounds, which will then be layered on top of each other. And so here, what I'm going to do is to grab this one here, which remember is also defined on background image. So it also counts as a background image. So I can put that here first and then add a comma. And so now we have this image, and then below that, we have this one. Now, if we check it out like this, then of course our original image is completely covered because the image that is on top is not transparent at all. And so let's change that here. So I just hover it here. And then when I click here, it becomes this RGB value. And then I can simply move this one down. So for example, let's try, let's start with 50% maybe even. So clicking the title bar here and then dragging this one down. So starting with 0.5. And so now this is transparent. And so now the second background image that is underneath should be visible. And indeed, it is. Now this maybe is a bit too much color on top. Let's try 0.4. And maybe let's go even more down to 0.3 or 35. Okay, so like this, I think we're good to go. So that is very beautiful. Now we just need to get rid of this text right there. So here we don't need any text. And so basically here we will end up with this empty div element which has no content at all. However, the problem with this is that visually, of course, this element still contains an image, but it is now completely inaccessible to screen readers. So this image right now is no content in our HTML, but instead only here in our style, which means that the image is really just aesthetical and really not a piece of content right now. And so that's why in screen readers, it will then not appear. We can and should, however, fix that. So we can use a new attribute that we haven't talked about before, which is called role. And so here we can now say that this div element acts as if it was an image. So the role here of this element is to be like an image. All right. And then we can also describe it, but not with the alt text. So this one here, alt, is only for images, but instead we can use the aria label. So this is like a newer attribute that is all about accessibility. And so here we can now describe that. So women enjoying food. All right. And so now screen readers will be back to understanding this as an image, and then they will read this text here to, for example, blind users or users with reduced sight. And yeah, we should never forget these users when we are building our sites. All right. And so that's why I'm placing some focus here on accessibility. Now, okay, now just one last thing here, which is, as you probably have noticed, these annoying bars on the side. Well, it's just one bar, but in reality, you can also see it here. So let me inspect that to show you where it is coming from. And indeed, it is coming from the container, which by default has this padding applied to both of the sides, right? That's also the reason why, if we look here closely, and it's easier to see like this, so you see that now the image box actually touches the sides here, and that this content is kind of aligned with this content. However, what we really want is for this box to be aligned with this content here as well, so that it appears to be in line with the other centered elements that we have on the rest of the page. So right now it appears to be a little bit wider than this content and this. And so we want to fix that to make it look as though it was exactly as wide. So that is actually not so hard to do. We will just have to create a small trick, which, actually it's just this section here yet. So what we need to do here is to create another element which is inside of the container. And we will then have that element be the CTA. So let me show it to you. So this is now the CTA. And no longer this. Okay. And now, once we reload this, then that fixes the problem. So let me show you. Of course, the container still has the same padding as before, but now the CTA box, which is the box with the background color, is inside of that container. And so the padding of the container is then no longer affecting this box right here. And so right now it is actually aligned with the previous content. All right, so this is a lot better. It just creates this very small problem that this image here is overflowing the container. But once again, this is fortunately easy to fix. So here in the CTA element, which is now the new grid container, so this is where the image is overlapping. Well, we can just get rid of that by saying overflow hidden. Right, and so with this, it disappeared. Now, for some reason, we have this small gap here, like there's like a pixel or something there. And I'm not really sure why that is. So probably it has to do with some rounding issues here in Google Chrome, because this one is 0.66 pixel, so 378.66, and this one, this first one, is 757.33. And so this might just be an issue of like alignment. So you see that as I scale it here, there are some situations in which it doesn't happen, and in others it does. So you see that it's kind of flickering. And so this is not a problem with our code, but with the browser. So there's nothing we can do about that. And actually right now it looks correct again. So I'm not really sure why that is happening. But anyway, we just need to ignore that. Great. So now we have this basic layout here finished. We have our background colors and our image here nicely aligned. And so now in the next lecture, it is time to finally fill this box here with some real content. In this video, we are going to work with form elements for the very first time. So this is going to be really interesting and important. So let's get started here. But before we work with the actual form elements, let's first place some other content here in this CTA text box. And first of all, we have, I think, some paragraph here. So here, this is the section where we actually get the instructions. So create a simple form for users to sign up. And then here is like some text, and this here what looks like a heading. So let's grab this and use it as a secondary heading. So H2. And so here we will again use the heading secondary, but this time without using first the subheading, because here we do not have enough space for that. Okay, and then below that we have some paragraph. Let's call it CTA text, where we can then place this. So basically one final text to try to convince the user. Now we offer a free sample meal. Sounds a little bit boring. So let's try something else. Get your first meal for free. Right. So let's check that out. And whenever we change the HTML, it then jumps back up on the page. But anyway, here is what we have so far. And well, first of all, we need to add some padding here inside of this box. And then what I can see immediately is that this text here looks a little bit unnatural on this background color, and especially this one here. But even here, it is a complete gray, of course, and the contrast with this background color is not perfect. Now we could leave it like this, it would be no problem at all, but I want to actually show you something here that we talked about in the color design lecture way back. So what I mean is that we can use a very dark shade of the background color for the text, basically. So instead of it being a completely unrelated gray color. All right, so let's do that and grab one of these colors here. And let's maybe try this one. All right, so let's set the color here on the CTA text box. And so then the CTA text will inherit it, but not this heading secondary, because heading secondary does actually override that. So what I'm going to do here is to use the descendant selector and say a heading secondary that is inside of the CTA should also have that color. All right. And now, since we're here, let's also add some padding here. So 6.4 rem maybe. Okay. Oh, and we can also dramatically reduce the margin to the bottom that the default heading secondary has. So let's say just 2 or 3.2 rem, just like this. And that already looks a lot better, right? So it would be quite acceptable like this, but maybe it is still a tad too dark here. So, I mean, like this, it almost looks like black or still a normal gray. So let's try the next one here. So replace that in both places. And well, maybe before we do that, let's also increase the font size here, because that will also help it make it look more normal. So let's actually select the CTA text and give it the font size of 1.8 rem and line height of 1.8 as well. And we are using this here so many times, the combination of these two, that we could almost make it into its own class, right? But let's not overcomplicate things here. Just keep it like this. And beautiful. So this looks really cool, I think. The color now is nicely integrated into this background here. Let's just see if this is also okay in terms of the color contrast. So getting this one here for the text, and then the background, well, it's kind of this one here at the top. So let's just try that one. And yeah, that is pretty good. And even if it was here a little bit darker, then we would still be fine. So that is in short. And so now here we have this working beautifully. Let's just remove some of the space in the top here, because having the big heading here gives it the impression that there is more space than there actually is. So we can reduce that a little bit on the top. Where? Right here. So we can step it down a little bit here. So the top, we can go one down to 4.8 rem, and then the others, we leave them at 6.4, all of them. Okay, nice. And so now it's time to actually start working on that form here. So again, that's going to be the very first time. So let's take care of that now. So right here after the text, we will now introduce the form element. Now the form on its own doesn't really look like anything special. It's really just a box, basically, for the input elements that we're going to use next. So we still need to format it. So let's give it the class of CTA form. All right. Let's close down the sidebar here again. And so now it's time to start using some real input fields. And for that, we can use exactly the input element. So input, and then the most important attribute that we need to set here is the type. So VS Code automatically gives us here a couple of different types. So probably that's actually all the available types. And the most common one is text. But you see that we have different types for password, for numbers, for uploading files, for emails. And so we're going to use a couple of these as we go here. But for now, let's use a regular text input field, which is the most common one. Okay. Let's do another one. Input. Let's try email now. Then next, we can also add a button, and we can do that in two ways. First, we can use input of the type submit, like this, but I actually prefer to use a regular button. So if we just use a regular button here and then click that button, the form will automatically be submitted. So let's just use the one that we already have used before. And let's say sign up now. All right. Now, of course, when we click on this button here at some point, then nothing will happen. So usually we will need some code on our server that is then ready to receive a submitted form. So with HTML, we can actually only collect the data, but we cannot send the data anywhere, and we cannot receive it anywhere. So with HTML, we can only collect some data, but we cannot receive it anywhere. All right. So really on the HTML side here, this is just for receiving and for sending the data. And to send the data, we can define the action tag here, or the action attribute. And then we can set the URL of the place where the data should be sent to. And again, you would then need some code on your server that is ready to receive this data and which has a URL where you can send it to. But for now, let's just set it like this. But actually, by the end of the course, I will show you a great solution where we can actually make this form work. So without having to write any code on our backend, so on our server. Okay, but anyway, let's just take a look at what this very, very simple form looks like in HTML now. So in the browser. So indeed, we have two input forms where we can write, and we have a button. And then as we click this here, you see that we get this warning. And so that is because the browser knows that here we should have written an email. And the reason for that is that in our HTML code, we defined this as the type of email, right? And so that is very, very helpful then. Now here we can also make a couple of different things. So for example, we can define a placeholder. So placeholder, and then it is common as a placeholder to display kind of the format of the data that we want. So let's say John Smith. Now what many people do here in the placeholder is to actually give a label to the input. So instead of writing here John Smith, we could write also your name, right? And then here it would become more obvious what you need to write here in this field. Then of course, as you write something, that will override the placeholder. But again, it is actually a better practice to here write the format of the data that you expect and write the actual label into the label element. So in HTML, we do have an actual label element, which we use exactly for this. So let's say here we want the full name. Okay. So the label element is actually like a complete element with a opening tag, a closing tag, and a content. While the input element, as you might have noticed, only has the opening tag, but it has no content. So that's why it has this closing slash right here. Okay, let's try another label here. So email address. So let's actually also put a placeholder here, like me@example.com. All right. So there we go. We have our label here. And then besides that, we have the input field. And they are all side by side because they are all inline elements. So by default, all of them will not create a line break and will simply be placed one after another. Great. Now, another thing that we can do with labels, which is something that maybe you have experienced before while using the web, is that we can click on them and then the input field that belongs to it will become active like this. So that is something very common and it makes a lot of sense to implement this. So let me show you how. So here in the input, we can define an ID. So remember way back when we actually used ID to also select elements in the HTML. But we can use IDs for other things. For example, for what I'm going to show you now. So let's call this one here full name. And let's call this one here email. So not a class, but an ID. And so now here we can define the for attribute. So yet another new attribute. And so that's why learning forms can be a little bit of work because there's a lot of new stuff here all at once. But anyway, here now we can write that exact ID that we used here. And so with this, we basically link this label to this input. All right. And here, let's do the same thing. So this now is for the element that has the ID of email. And so again, with this, we linked these two together. And so now, when we click on this label, then you see how it automatically selected the corresponding input field. And the same here with the email address. Okay. And now let me just show you some more here, even though we are not going to need them, but I will still show you how they look like. For example, the checkbox, that's a very popular one, or also number. So here we have a checkbox just as expected, and then we can also create a label for that. And then when we click on the label, it will automatically turn the checkbox on and off. Then here, when we have a number, you see we have these small arrows here. And when we try to input a letter, well, that shouldn't work. And it doesn't work with most numbers. But with E, it does work because that's a special mathematical constant. All right, now let's turn these two off here with comments and move them down here. Because next, what I want to do is something different, which is a select box. So let's write select like this. And then in there, we can define multiple options. So for that, we use the option element. So more and more elements here. But anyway, this select here, I want to use it for the user to tell OmniFoot where they heard about them. So actually, let's create first a label here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So a label, where did you hear from us? And again, here we can give it an ID. Let's say select where. And then to connect them, we say for select where. So here, let's then add a couple of options like friends and family. And maybe that content is also here. No, it's not. So I'll just come up with it here. But before I write the next one, we also need to define a value here. Okay, so I will explain a bit later why that is when we actually submit the form here. But essentially, here the value of this input field will very simply be the name that the user writes into the field. And the same here for the email. Now in the select, the value will then simply be what we write here. So for example, friends. And when the user then selects this option here, then the value will be friends. Let's just add another one here. Let's say YouTube. So YouTube video. So let's see it here on our page very quick. So here is the select box. And so if we select this one here, then the value of this field here will basically become YouTube. So the value that we defined on the option element for this one, right? And if we choose this one here, then the value of this input field or of this select element will become just friends. So exactly this value, right? Now the first one here should actually usually be basically an empty one. So not class, of course, but value empty, because here we can then write something like, please choose one option. And so since the value is empty now, we are then not allowed to submit the form with this one here being empty. Now let's duplicate this here a couple times. Let's say we heard from them in a podcast or a Facebook ad. And then also the others option, which we always have. And ad and podcast. All right, give it a save. And so here we have all of these. Okay. Oh, and actually we are allowed to submit the form. And that's because there is still more that I didn't show you yet. So we can define even another attribute on these elements here, which is the required attribute. So we already have ID, type, placeholder, and now let's add required. And this attribute for the first time doesn't need a value. So it's just required, and that's it. So let's add that, well, not to the label, but to the input. So let's make all of them required. So that works on inputs and also on select. All right. So let's try that now again. So if we click here now, then it says, please fill in this field. So just something, then please fill in this field. But then when I write it with the wrong format, it tells me to please include an at. So I do that. .com maybe. And if I try now, then it still doesn't work because this first default option here is empty. Remember that? So the value here was empty, and so we're not allowed. But if we then choose something, then the form will get submitted, basically. So it will be sent to this URL right here, which we defined. So this empty hash. Right? But again, more about that. So more about this action here a bit later. Okay? Now, right now, the way the form looks is a complete mess, right? So everything is just like one after another here without any structure at all. And so what we usually do is to always group the label and the input together in some div element or some other container. All right, and this one I think might not even need a name, so a class name. This is just to group them together a little bit. Because by doing this, we will then be able to also group them in that grid, like I showed you at the beginning. Well, not like, oh, actually we need it all the way down here after the select. And then let's also actually place this one. And then this one, the button, I think might not need any container. So that should now look different because each of them should now be in their own line, right? And so that's because the div, of course, now created a block level element which creates a line break after it. So here we see again the label in action, and it works just fine. And so now, just before finishing this video, let's quickly format these 4 containers, or well, these 4 elements here, into a nice 2x2 grid. All right. So that is the CTA form. Let's do that maybe here at the very end, because there will be a lot of styles after this one. So CTA form, display as a grid. And they should have 2 equally sized columns, 1FR. And let's give them 2 different gaps, because remember, many times in the column we need a bigger gap. And so let's do that here as well. 3.2 rem maybe, and for the rows, 1 step down. So that is 2.4 rem. And then also to create some space between this paragraph and this form, let's just add some margin bottom here to this CTA text. Now we could also have wrapped this entire thing here again into like a header, but let's not do that right now. I will just add some margin here. So a bit more than here after the heading. So between the heading and the text there is 3.2, and let's now increase it to 4.8, which is the next step. Okay. So that is not perfect, but it is looking a lot better than before. And so with this, we will now be able to style all of this in the next lecture. All right, let's now finish working on our form by now styling all the input elements. And the first thing that I want to do is to style these labels. So basically putting them on top here of the inputs, and of course making them a lot bigger. Now notice how I didn't give all of these form elements here class names, because they already have so many attributes, and so adding a class on top of that would make them even more confused. So that's why usually when I build forms, I simply select the form, and then from there I simply use the descendant selector. So CTA form, and so we will style the label. Let's duplicate this here. So we will also style the input and also the select element. And actually also here the button. So this button already has this class, but as you saw, it doesn't actually look like any of the other buttons. And we will see soon why that is, but you can, if you want, already start thinking about that if you feel like it. So anyway, we're going to start with the label, as I said, and to give it its own line, all we have to do is to set it as a block level element, right? So that will then put the label and the input each on its own line. Then let's increase the font size, of course, to something that we can actually read, and the font weight a little bit bigger, but not too overwhelming. So just 500. and a little bit of margin to the bottom. So that's a very nice improvement already. And of course, they still work as before. So moving back, now it's time to work on these ones here, and especially, of course, increasing their size. So increasing their width and also adding some padding inside of them. So first of all, we can give them a width of 100%, which will have them occupy their entire parent. Then let's add that padding that I just mentioned, but not too much, just 1.2 rem here, so 12 pixels. And then we can also increase their font size. So the font of the text that we will write inside of the input field. So that's a good start, I think, for now. And then from there we can improve it even further. Right? So this looks better already, but if you look closely, you will notice that the font family here inside of these two fields is actually different from this one here. So what this means is that these input fields, for some reason, do not inherit the font family from the body element where we defined it, right? So all of the other elements, remember, they all have the same font family because they simply inherited from the body element where we defined it, right? But again, input elements and also this button here and also this select one here, all of them do not inherit that. All right. However, we can actually force these elements to also inherit the font family. So how can we do that? Well, there is yet another CSS keyword that we haven't learned about, and it is called inherit. So basically what this does is exactly what it says here. It says so that it should inherit the font family from whatever parent element is relevant in this case. All right. And we can use this in all kinds of situations. So not just for font family. But let's see. And notice how it is now really different. Of course, we can see that like this. So if we turn it off, see how it changes dramatically. Right? But as I was saying, we can use this keyword also in different situations. So for example, remember how here in the secondary heading, we set the color here to this one. So the same one that is already in its parent element CTA text box, right? Because if we didn't have this, then the heading secondary would simply use the gray color that it had before, right? See that? So it is now again gray. However, we could also use color inherit here again, because CTA text box is the parent element of this heading secondary, in this case here, so the one that's inside of CTA. And so if then here we set color to inherit, it will automatically inherit that color. And so you see, now it's back to this color. And of course, if we set this one here to red, then all the text would become red. So this one, of course, and yeah, this one as well, because we forced it to inherit the color from its parent element. So a very, very handy and useful keyword that you should keep handy in your mind, basically. But moving on now, let's remove the default border that is present on all input fields. And also to decrease the contrast a little bit between the background color of the CTA box and the element itself, I will add some background color to this one. So just our very lightest version here. So here. And then also let's add some border radius. So we have been using 11 and 9 pixels, and for this one I'm going with 9 because it is a smaller element. Okay, so that looks even better than before. Now there's just one small thing that we can do, which is to add a very, very small and very subtle shadow here to these elements, which is something that I like to do a lot on input fields. So let me just show that to you so that you can see the difference that it makes, which is quite significant, even though it is quite subtle. So box shadow, and of course, horizontally we don't want any, and also vertically just 1 pixel, and the blur just 2 pixel. And then let's make it black. Let's choose, well, maybe 10%. All right, and there you see it. So it's hard to see, but probably on your computer you can see it just fine. And it does make a lot of difference actually here. All right, next up, one thing that we can also style is the color here of this placeholder. So right now it looks quite dark. It almost looks as though this was the real content. So I always make this a lot lighter, and we can do that by using a new pseudo element. So CTA, form, input, so basically the same as here, and then we can select the pseudo element of placeholder. So this one. So remember, pseudo elements are basically elements that we can select and style, but which do not really exist on the page. So like a first line or a first letter, or, well, the placeholder. And so here let's use a light color, and it doesn't have to be accessible in this case. Let's just go with this one. So again, one of these simple ones to select, which has the exact same value in all the 3, and so therefore in all the 6 positions of the hex code. So that's a lot nicer. And now let's talk about this one here. So this box that opens up here actually depends on the operating system that you're using. So if you're on Mac, yours should look something like this, but on Windows, it will look completely different. And I believe there's not really a way of styling it. But of course, we can style this part here. And in fact, it is almost the same as the input itself. So as the input element. And so we can simply add that here to the list. So CTA form select. Okay. So nice. So it looks exactly like these two now in terms of size. It has the same shadow. And then when we open this now, it actually has the same width as the select element. But again, the colors and all that stuff here, we cannot manipulate. It will simply depend on the user's operating system. All right. Just one thing that you might notice here is that the text is completely black. And so once again, this one here doesn't inherit the color that we select for our document. And the same is actually true here. So if we write something here, notice how the text is completely black. And so we need to force the color here to also get inherited. Right? So just like we did with the font family, we are now also forcing the color to get inherited from the body. And so with this, well, actually it's not inherited from the body, but in this case, it is inherited from this CTA box here, where we set the color to this brown. And so indeed, here it is now brown. And also when we write here, it's no longer black. And now finally, let's talk about our button here. So this button here doesn't have any styling whatsoever yet, even though we did actually add the button class to it, right? So why is there none of the styles from this class applying to our button? Well, let's answer that by actually going there. And so here is the answer. So this style here, so this CSS rule only applies to buttons, so to elements with the class of button that are links. And so remember that this means that they need to have the href attribute, right? It also applies to buttons that have been visited, But of course, that also doesn't apply to our button here. So this button here does not have any href attribute. And so therefore, it is not selected by this and not by this. And so that's why it doesn't have any of these styles here. So to fix that, we can simply add that to the list here. So basically just the simple button, but without any of these pseudo classes. And so now it should get at least some styles. So that looks different, but of course, still far from being perfect. So first of all, let's remove the ugly border here. And we also need to give it the hand cursor. And so that we can actually also do here, even though these other buttons don't need it. But still, there's not a problem in putting it here for all of them. So no border, and the cursor should be the pointer. Let's just write that here for the BTN itself. All right. And also the font family, I'm not sure if it is being inherited. I think it does look like it is. We can just try it here. Font family inherit. But yeah, that does look the same, I think. But anyway, let's actually leave it there. All right. So that's it for the button. So for the general styles for this button. And so now we can come back here and add some more styles here to really fit it to our specific needs in the form. Or we could also give it here another class and style it again in the general. So for example, if we had another form somewhere else, we could then reuse that button there. And actually, let's do that. Let's call it button form. So we don't need this one, and we don't even need the select one because it is already here. So let's do that after all these. So button form. And here what I want to do is to use the exact same background color as we have here as the text color. So not that orange, because that of course would become invisible on the already orange background color. So here we just use this one. And I think I haven't yet added that to our list. No, I did not. Okay. Then for the color, to not contrast too much with it, because right now it's actually black, so we need to set it anyway. But let's not set it to white, but to this very light orange. And then we also need to now change the padding. Well, actually, let's do that later, and let's check it out now. So it looks like this. And why do you think that the button is so high? So basically that it is occupying all this space. Well, the reason is that this button is right now a grid item, right? And by default, grid items stretch to occupy the entire grid cell. Remember that? So that's important to know, because this is the reason why it looks this big. So let's try to fix that by vertically aligning it here to the end, because what I want to do is to give it the same size as this input field here and having it also aligned here to the bottom with it. So not to the top, but really with this one here. So let's try that with align self. So align self, because this is a grid item, and to vertically align items, we use the align items property. But here we don't want to set that on the container, but simply on this button. And so that's why it's align self, just as we have learned many times before. So setting it to end should move it down there. Yeah, Nice. But it is still a bit bigger than this one because by default, the button has some padding. So the padding right now is coming from right here. So top and bottom, the padding is 1.6, but on the form elements, so on the inputs, it is only 1.2. And so if we set the padding to 1.2, this one should then have the exact same size. So let's do that here. Padding 1.2 rem, and the other side doesn't really matter because it will also stretch all the way. So let's just put it at 1.2, and there we go. So that looks a lot more natural, doesn't it? Having the exact same height as this one. So really, really nice, really beautiful. We're almost ready here. There's just one important thing, or actually two or three, but what I just remembered is that we need to get rid of the fixed height that we set for this container. So way back in the first lecture, we set the height here to 50 rem. So we need to remove that now because, of course, we want the content to dictate the height and not have it fixed. So remove all that, and that is a lot better. So now the spacing here is the same all the way around this form element. Next up, let's take care of the hover state on this button. So that's button form. And here, let's actually change the background color to white. And then the color itself, let's make it the default color that we have been using all along. So 555. And the transition is not necessary to define because it is already here, which the button is also part of. Right? And so this should be enough to make this effect work. Oh, and actually it did it like permanently. So let's see what's happening here. So that's some kind of conflict between our selectors right now. Oh, actually we just forgot to write hover here. So no conflict after all. So now it should work just fine. And yes, beautiful. So almost ready here, but just one final thing, which is these so-called focus states. So when I click here, you see that this gets focused. So that's this blue ring here around this form. And the same is true here. Well, not here. Well, actually, yes. And the same here as well. And actually, it should also happen. Well, actually not, because once we click them, we move back to the top of the page. But if on the keyboard we hit the tab button, then you see that they also get focused. And as I hit again, it moves to the next link, and then all of them get this blue border. And that's because of accessibility, because having this outline around the currently selected element makes it easy for users who can only use a keyboard to navigate the page. So now when I hit tab again, it will move to the next one, and then I know exactly which is the currently focused field, right? And the same also for the button. Now, many people think that this outline looks ugly, and it is true that by default, the default one looks quite ugly. And so we can actually remove that default one, which is what in the past, basically everyone has been doing. So also here in our general, let's go here to the end. And so what we do is to select every single element, and then on the element, we can use the focus pseudo class. So focus is a little bit like link or visited or hover. It's just another state, while in this case, it is just focus. And of course, we could define this here individually on links or on buttons or really anywhere, but when we want to set the same focus style basically everywhere on the page, we just do it right here. So it's a little bit like the global reset, but for focus states. So that blue focus state that we see outside the input elements and links is because of a property called outline. So that's another new property, and this one is similar to a border, but it is basically more outside of the element, and it's also not part of the box model. So what many people have done in the past is set outline to none and call it a day. But that, of course, is an accessibility nightmare for people who rely on just using their keyboard. So you see that indeed the outline is gone now, but as I navigate the page by hitting the tab key on the keyboard, I don't really know where the focus state is right now. So I tapped it again, but where is it? Is it maybe here or here? And if I tap it again, well, it somehow goes back, but we don't really know where it is. So I keep tapping it, but where is the focus state? So that is really, really bad for accessibility. So please never do this. So just setting the outline to none. So instead, what we can do is to still leave the outline at none, but then show the user some other kind of focus indicator that looks a bit nicer. So one that we actually like. Now there are multiple ways of doing that. So we can actually still use the outline property, for example, a dotted border, because we can style outline just like we can style border. So we can say 4 pixel dotted, and then this one here, and then we can even define an offset. Let's say 8 pixels. Okay, so let's see what happens then with the focus states. And so that looks like this. So you see, now it's here, then I hit tab again, and so it keeps moving from one link to the other one. So that's the 4 pixels dotted, and then with the outline offset of 8 pixels. However, what I don't like about this is that it doesn't wrap around here the rounded borders of the elements. You see that? So it's basically still just a square. And here, that's not a problem. But then here, again, it doesn't look so nice. And so there's actually an even better trick, which is using a box shadow. So let's turn this one off and this one off, and instead use a box shadow trick here. So this trick is going to be similar to what we did before with this outline button here. So remember, here we used it to add a border inside. So we set everything to 0 and then just set here the blur or the spread to something. So here we're going to do the same, but without it being inset. So still outside of the element, not inside. But still, it's going to be 0 in all directions. Also no spread, but just scale it a little bit. Let's say also by 8 pixels. So 0.8 rem. And then as for the color, let's actually try also this one, but maybe with some transparency. So I click here the top, and usually it should be black. There should be some black text. And now let's set it to like 50%. And so you will see that this is going to look a lot nicer. So you see that? Now here it's actually quite invisible, so we will have to fix that. So you can barely see it. But now here it is actually quite visible. And this looks a lot nicer because it does wrap around these corners. Because in the end, it is really just a box shadow. Now down here in the form, we will have to change it, for example, to a white color. So let's do that. So I will just copy this code and go here and define that here by the very end. So inside of the CTA, I can then still select everything and make the focus a bit different. So this we don't need. And let's use our very, very light orange. So that is, well, it's this one here. Somehow it wasn't on the list. But of course, we still need to give it some transparency. And let's again try 50%. And so we're almost done here. So you might think that this is a small detail that we should not worry about, but actually accessibility is really important. So these focus styles are really something that you must define in your own page. Unless, of course, you want to keep those ugly looking blue outlines. But those one I don't like, and most people don't like them as well. So we just do something like this. And so now this is a beautiful outline here. And it makes the focus state really visible and helps the user know where they are right now on the page. All right, and that's it. That's all I had to show you for forms and for formatting them. Now, there is a lot more things that we can do and that at some point you might have to learn. For example, how to format checkboxes, which are quite common as well. But that is a bit outside of the scope of this course, because that is actually a bit tricky. Checkboxes are very hard to style. And so, yeah, I'm leaving that for another time, let's say. All right. So this is the basics that you need to know to get started with building your own forms. And so hopefully all of this made sense to you so that now you can start doing just that. Awesome. So with this, we are almost finished with our project. All that is left to do is to build the footer. So this will be the last part of this section. And so if you're ready for that, let's go there now. Welcome to the very last section of the OmniFoot website. And in this one, we're going to build a really professional looking footer like this one. So we're going to use this design example from the right side to build a somewhat similar looking footer. So in the first column, we will also have our logo, then some social links and a copyright notice. Then in the second column, we're going to have some contact information, so of the OmniFoot company. And then in the remaining 3 columns, there will be some additional links. So a bit, again, like here in this design example on the right side. Okay, so 5 columns and a really professional looking footer. And so let's get to work and build this. Okay, and so to mark up this footer in the HTML, we're going to use the footer element for that. And we will put it not inside of the main element, but actually outside of it. So right here. Because remember that the main area of the website is for non-repeated content. And the footer, as well as the header, we might repeat them exactly the same on some other pages that are part of the overall website. And so, yeah, the main part is really only for the part that is specific to this particular web page. Okay, so again, the footer and the header, they might be repeated on other pages in case there were some. And so they are not the main content of the page. So giving it the class of footer here, just like I did in the header. And then here we will also want some centered container. And so for that we use, of course, our container class. And let's also use a grid. And I think right now we don't have a grid yet with 5 columns. So let's create that really fast here. And of course, that's really simple. We just copy this and change this to 5 and this to 5. And so just like this, we now created a grid which has 5 equally sized columns. Okay. So this first one here is going to have the logo and the copyright notice and all that. So let's call this one here the logo column. So let's just write that here. Then the second one is for the address. So I'm calling that one address column. And I'm not sure yet if I will even need these class names, but many times as I write the HTML, I try to immediately name it. So let's just take a look at our content here again. So yeah, so here is that contact information. So we will write the address, the phone number, and the email. So right here into the address column that we just created. And these social links here, they will go into the first column. Then finally, we have also some additional links right here. So this huge list here. And so let's try to separate this into some different basically topics. So create account, sign in, and these applications. And so I think that we can say that these links here are all about the user's account. So I'm going to basically create a subsection of the navigation called account. Then these four here are about the OmniFood company itself. So basically a page describing what OmniFood is, then OmniFood for business, and partners and careers. And then finally, here are some resources, for example, where the user can find a directory or some other help. So here is where we will have now 3 columns, one for each of these sub-navigations, let's say. So let's create 3 more columns here. And I'm going to call this one here a nav call. And actually, since this will be basically a navigation, let's use the nav element here. And then 2 more. So 2 and 3. So this is just so we can see something on our page right now. But before we go check that out, let's, as always, add some padding here to that section first. So copying that once more. Then footer. And here, footer as well. So let's see. And there it is. So there are our 5 equally sized columns. So let's now add the actual content here very quick. So here we want the logo. And so let's actually get that from the header. So I'm going to go all the way up. And I noticed we have together here written over 600 lines of HTML code. So that's really a great job. But anyway, here is that logo. But before I copy this, let me actually wrap it into a link. So into an anchor tag, which is something that we do all the time with logos in the header. And so this will be so that when we click that logo, we will go back to the top. And this is something that we will implement a little bit later. So for now, let's just say nothing here. So going nowhere. And yeah, let's just check this out here in the top now. And you see it looks exactly the same, but it is now a link. And so when we click this, we go basically back to the top, right? And so now we will want the exact same thing also in the footer. So later we will then implement some smooth scrolling functionality, which will happen once the user clicks this logo. All right, here let's just give it a class of footer logo, let's say. But the rest here of the image can stay the same. So we are actually reusing this logo class here because I think that the size of it is also good for the footer. So here, I think this doesn't look too big. And so we can use that exact same class that we also used in the header. So that is basically now reusable. So, well, we could move that class to the general.css file, but let's not do that right now. So instead, what I want to do next here is to add that paragraph. And actually before the paragraph, so between the logo and the paragraph, is where I will want to put these icons for social links. So like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and all that. But I'm going to leave that for a bit later. So copyright, and then let's just write some standard copyright text here. So copyright, and here let's use yet another HTML entity. So the copy one in this case. So as you can see, it will create this copyright sign. So that looks quite nice. And then let's say 2027. And hopefully by the time you're watching this video, this year is not correct. But we will also fix that later, actually using JavaScript. So I will show you how we can actually very easily keep that year up to date. So just all rights reserved, even though this doesn't mean a lot legally, but it always looks nice, I think. Okay. So again, we're leaving the social links for later. And now let's take care of the address here. All right. So let me grab that here. And so of course we will not just paste it here and leave it like this, but instead we need to wrap it into some elements. But before we do that, let's actually also add some kind of header here to this column. But once more, for that, we will actually not use an H element, but simply a P element like this. So this is not really a new section, so it doesn't deserve basically its own actual heading element. So that would semantically not be really correct. So contact us. And then below that, we can wrap this entire information here into a special HTML element called address. So this element is basically for contact information of the page. So it's exactly what we are looking for here. So contacts. And so now let's wrap each of these here into a paragraph. Now, of course, we will not literally write address here because, well, this is pretty obvious that it is an address. We could use maybe some icon, but even that is not necessary. Okay. Now this phone here is for the next one, which we also don't need. Okay. So let's create one paragraph for each of them. And now here, let me show you something cool. Because here we can now basically make this phone number also a link. So let me grab that here. And then we can create a special kind of link. So we can write tell and then colon and then here the phone number. And the same for the email. And I will then show you soon what this actually does. So here instead of tell, because it's not a telephone number, we can write mail to. So this is now the href, and it's also the text that we want to show up on the page. All right. So let's check that. And well, if we click this now, then since we're on a browser, nothing should happen. Or let me see. Oh, actually it's trying to FaceTime it now, which is basically a way of making a phone call. And if I were to click here on this email, then it's probably going to open up my email program. And you see that it did, and it is trying to write an email to hello@omnifood.com. All right, so that's exactly the href that we defined there. Right, so it opened the email program because of this mail to here, and it opened the phone application basically because of the tell. And so this is not really that helpful, maybe on a computer, but on a phone, when you tap a link that is formatted like this, it will then very easily make a phone call to this number. Now you noticed that these two links here are side by side. So let's add a line break there. And I'm actually not sure if we have done that before. But anyway, the way we manually add a line break is by using the BR element. So that stands simply for break. And so now they will be in two different lines here. Okay, so that looks perfect. And so let's move on to the next column here. So let's grab these 4 here. Yeah, so right here. So let's add here another footer heading. And this one here, remember, we said was about the account. And now let's create the actual navigation. And do you remember how we did that in the header? So we did not simply add a bunch of links one after another, right? But instead, what we did was to structure them nicely using the unordered list. And so let's call this one here the footer navigation. And then in there, of course, a bunch of list elements. And let's put these here. And of course, now inside of these is where we will put the actual links. So again, exactly like we did also in the main navigation that's on top of the page. So this one is for create account. And then let's simply duplicate this a couple of times. Then here is the iOS app, and it's even easier to write it than to copy it. And the Android app. So let's see if that looks correct. And it does indeed. So now we have a nice and structured navigation list right here. And so let's do the same for the other two. So in fact, I will simply copy this entire nav and then replace these two. All right, let's get the next 4. So that's the first. Then here is for business. And finally, careers. Oh, and here we also want to change the title to company. All right. Oh, actually, this is what we wanted in this one. So let's grab all of this and move it up there. So I just cut it and paste it here. And now let's get the last 3 from here. Help center, and of course the privacy and terms, which are very important on basically most websites out there. And I didn't cut it here. And let's just call this section here the resources. All right, let's go back down, and here we go. So that looks nice. Except of course for all the formatting, but the content is already here. So all the content except for those social icons that I mentioned before. And so let's now add them here between the logo and that text. So let's do that now. And once more, we can consider that a list of links. And so once again, we will use the unordered list for that. So calling it the social links. And since they are links, let's create again an anchor element. And now we just need some content in this link. So what is that content going to be? Well, we're going to use some icons here for each of the social links. So one for Instagram, I think. Yeah, so Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So let's actually get that here from IN icons, because these usually have all the social links included. So Instagram, and there we go. So let's click to copy. And so that should now be there. And indeed, it is. So let's just do the same 2 more times. So Facebook, and probably the next one we can already guess. So here actually we can just replace Instagram with Facebook and here with Twitter. That should work. And yeah, those are the 3 we were looking for. And so with this, we finished the content part. So the HTML is written here for our footer, but of course it doesn't look anything like professional yet. And so let's take care of writing the CSS in the next and final lecture of this section. All right, so let's now style all the content that we have in our footer. And I'm going to start with these headings here, and then also with these entire navigation blocks. So that's footer heading. And of course, let's make it a bit bigger and also bolder. But maybe not too bold, so just 500. And then some margin to the bottom. Let's say 32 pixels here for now. And then let's also style the navigations here. So footer nav. So of course, getting rid of those bullet points first. And yeah, then let's first actually style the links themselves. So we didn't give them any class name, but let's do that here. So I will select, or I will add multiple cursors here, again using that trick of hitting Alt or Option at the same time as clicking. And then we can simply say class footer link, right? But of course, you can also just write it in one of them and then copy this class to all the other links. So footer link, add link, and also as visited. And as always, getting rid of the text decoration first, making it also a little bit bigger. So maybe 1 step smaller than the heading, so 1.6. Let's also make it really, or well, not really light, but quite light. And I'm not sure what colors we have been using here. I will just write this one here, this gray color temporarily. And then let's see what we have in our general color file. So here we have this 6F gray, but that's a bit too dark maybe yet. So I know that here in the visited section, I think we used 777. Or actually here, yeah, in the featured in section. Oh, and actually I just remember that we used 888 there, which was probably not really accessible. So let's just copy that here, just so we know that also. And I'm just going to test if that works. So if that is accessible, so 888, 888, and not really. So let's try 777 maybe. And that's also not a good, but almost at 4.5. So let's make it a bit lighter. Oh, so 767676 is enough. And so let's use that one. So putting that right here, basically from darkest to brightest. So this is the lightest grade allowed on white. So like this. So let's copy that and let's use that one here, because these links, they should not really have a big impact. So they should be as light as possible, which, as you will see now, is still not really light. So you see, that is perfectly visible, but it is still a tad lighter than the rest of the content. And that will be especially visible once we actually style this one here. And even now, you see that this here is the normal 555 color. And so this creates now a visual hierarchy just as we want it. Right? So here we don't want to draw a lot of attention. And so therefore, we didn't use the 333 color on those one. And so if we just left this one here at 555 as well, then we wouldn't have any visual hierarchy in terms of colors. But anyway, let's go back and let's style the hover and active states. And so here I will now make them darker, going back to normal. Let's also add our usual transition of all, let's say, and then 0.3 seconds, which is, I think, is what we have used all the time here. Now, finally, let's also take care of the spacing between the links. And so once again, there are two possibilities here. And the first one would be to add some margin bottom to these links here, or maybe even to these list items here. And then on the last one, we would take away that space and set it back to 0. So that's the first option. And the second option is to do what we also did before, which is to make this footer nav here a flex container and change the flex direction to column. And so then we can apply the gap property, which makes this a lot easier. So display, flex. And so just to show you once again that like this, all the elements would try to appear side by side. And then we change it back to a column. And so now we can add a nice gap, for example, of 2.4 rem. So let's see. And that looks really nice. The animation also works. And here we could maybe even use some more spacing. So after these headings, let's set that to 4 rem even. So here we can use a lot of spacing. That looks quite nice and professional in a footer like this. Okay, next up, let's move here to this first column. And so I'm going to start by styling this navigation here. So the first thing that we can do is to actually also add this footer link class, because these are in fact also just links, right? So these three. And so that should then already change some of the things there. Yeah, so they got bigger and the color has changed. And even the color animation, so that transition is already there. But of course, we want them to be a little bit bigger and also side by side. So let's grab the social links class and let's put that first, just as it appears also in the HTML. So actually right here. So of course, no list style. And to make them side by side, as you could have guessed, we use flexbox. And then let's add a gap of, again, 2.4 rem. Okay, and now I think we just need to make them a little bit bigger and also add some space here, of course, after this logo. So that's actually this link here. So this footer logo. So that's here. And first of all, if we want to add some vertical spacing, we need to make this a block level element, because a link, remember, is just an inline element. But it needs to be block if we want to use the complete box model on it. And so the box model includes, of course, the margin property. So let's say 3.2 rem here. And now, just to make these bigger, let's select them, giving them a new class name, social icon. And here we could also have used the descendant selector, basically selecting the ion icon element inside of the footer link. So that would have worked just the same, but well, there are always many different ways of achieving the exact same thing. So here let's go with the standard size of many icons of 24 pixels. So height and width of 2.4 rem. Nice. That looks very beautiful, very nice. And so next, let's take care of this copyright text. And this one, let's make it even smaller than the links. So the headings were 1.8, the links 1.6. Let's go one step down here, 1.4 rem. And also the color here should be quite light again. So I'm consistently going to use that lightest gray color here. So this one. So just the one that we used also here for the links, just to keep the colors consistent here in the footer. Let's also add some line height, 1.6 maybe. And so let's check that out. Okay, so we have this content here now in 3 lines, and that's a bit too much. It should just be 2 lines, but let's fix that in a minute. For now, I also want to change the spacing here. Now, how could we do that spacing? Of course, there are, as always, many different ways. So we could manually try to add the right spacing here to the top of the copyright or to the bottom of these icons. So trying to maybe align this line here with the rest of this footer. So making it appear like down here. So if we inspect this footer here really quick. Yeah, so basically trying, you can even turn this on. So basically trying to push this content here all the way to the bottom, right? So basically what we could and should try here is to maybe push this element here all the way to the bottom. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to use again that trick that we used before in the app layout. So that's way back in the last section where we created one element that was basically pushed all the way to the right side in that example. And for that, we used Flexbox together with Margin Auto. Remember that? So if not, that's not a problem, because now we will do it again. So first of all, let's then make this logo call here a flex container. So logo call, actually we haven't selected that yet. So display, flex, and then of course we also need to change the flex direction to column. So for now, of course, everything still looks exactly the same, right? So here you have the flex container with the 3 elements. But now if we add a margin top of auto to this paragraph here, it will be all the way to the bottom. So it will be pushed right here, because it will create automatically the right margin to the top. So let me show that to you. So here in the copyright, we can now say margin top of auto. And so there it is. So let's see. And so you see that the margin here is exactly 45 pixels. And so that is just what is necessary to basically push this here all the way to the corner, so all the way to the end of the element. And if this element here So the entire footer, if it was higher, then of course the margin here would not be 45, but it would automatically be figured out to make this content appear at the bottom. Okay, so this is really an amazing Flexbox trick that many people actually don't know, and it works both horizontally and vertically. So we used it horizontally in that app layout, and so you can go back there and see how it worked there. And here we did it now, of course, vertically. Okay. But anyway, let's now work here on that second column. So on that address. And so here we actually have some more links. And so we can again use that class that we already created so that all the links that we have in the footer look the same. So that's important for consistency. So if we check that out now, then, well, that didn't actually change. Oh, and of course, that's just because I copied the wrong thing. So I was distracted apparently. So of course I don't want social icon, but I want footer link. And so now that starts to look good already. Now all of this here is currently italic because that is simply the default formatting of the address element. And so we need to first of all fix that. So that's here this contacts element. So let's add that right here after the, yeah, right here maybe. And so we need to set the font style back to normal. And then let's also set the font size to 1.6, just like the links, and give it a line height also of 1.6. So that should look good already. And now all we need to do is to add some spacing here to the bottom of this first paragraph. Okay, so that's this one here. Let's call it the address, or we could also have simply selected the first paragraph child of contexts. But well, that's not a big difference. Or also we could have added a helper class. So once again, many different ways of solving the same thing. Okay, nice. However, what we notice here is that we have some content overload basically here on these first two columns. So this content here has been wrapped into 3 lines and the same here. And it would be a lot nicer if we just had this in 2 lines. And so then the content would look a lot less dense here. At the same time, here we actually have a lot of empty space. So here between this column and this one. And so these columns, they are actually a bit too big for this content here, and they are a bit too small for these 2 columns right here. Now, of course, we could leave it like this. It would not be a problem, but let's make this a bit nicer and fix this problem. So these equally sized columns have served us well up until this point, but now let's actually create basically another grid here. So replace our existing grid and make it so that the first 2 columns are a bit bigger than the 3 other ones. So let's come up here where the grid is placed in the HTML. So that's the grid 5 calls. Now I will of course not change this here. So this class will be the same because the rule is basically that in these types of classes, so grid 2, 3, 4, and 5 calls, so these here, that the columns are always equal sized. So that's just basically a rule that we create for ourselves. But here again, what we want is different. So let's create basically a grid just for the footer. Let's call it grid footer with 2 U's, of course, or O's. So grid template columns, And so now we need to experiment around a little bit here. So let's start by making them double maybe. So 2FR, 2FR, the first two ones, and then the other ones, each of them 1FR. And so now here we replace that. And so let's see. All right. Now these columns here, they are a bit too small, I would say. So here, there's now a lot of empty space created here. And so that's also not necessary. So like this, the columns are too wide. So let's fix that. So instead of being 2, let's make them 1.5 maybe. So basically just a small difference. And what this will do actually is that these two here will be 1.5 plus 1.5. So they will be 3 FRs overall. And then the other 3 will also be 3 FR. And so that makes it so that these two columns here, which are different, are going to take half the width of this footer. And then the other 3 are going to take the other half. And so I think that's a nice idea here. So 3FR for the first 2 and 3FR for the 3 last columns. And beautiful. So like this, I think it looks really nice and really balanced here in terms of spacing. All right. So with this, I'm quite happy. And all I want to do now is to add a little bit more spacing here maybe. So the footer should be quite a distinct part of the web page. And so let's add even more spacing here on top and on the bottom. So let's see what we have after 96. That's 128. So let's go with that here actually for our padding. So 12.8 rem. Okay. And very nice. And now I think we just need to create a small visual distinction between these two sections here. So we have, of course, this one here, which makes a huge impact, but then we have the footer afterwards, and there is not really a transition. So that's partly because they have the exact same background color, and maybe also because there is not enough spacing between them. So one thing that we can do to fix that is to add a very small and subtle line here, basically separating these two sections. So like a very, very light gray line going from one side to the other, but even that subtle line will then create some kind of distinction here. So let's try to add that on the footer. So really on the footer, so that it really goes from all the way to the left to the right side. So just like the background color. So border top, 1 pixel, solid, and let's try something very light. And again, FFF is the lightest. And so to make it a bit darker, we can try, for example, DDD, which is like 2 letters above that. So let's see. And that is a bit too dark, actually. So that's not the subtlety that I was looking for. So let's try the intermediate one. So EEE. Okay. And this one, I think, looks great, actually. So that's really subtle. And still, it creates some distinction here. Now, we just need to make the spacing between this one here and this one the same, because like this, it looks a bit off, right? So I'm sure you can see that as well. So what I'm going to do is to add this 12.8 padding of rem to the bottom of this section right here. So now top 9.6, then 0, then 12.8 rem, and then 0 on the other side. And actually, we can omit this last value. So I'm not sure if I mentioned that before, but usually the order, as we already know, goes like this. So top, then right, then bottom, and then left, right? However, we can also just write 3 values. So then it goes top, then the one in the middle is the horizontal spacing, And then the last one is the left value. And so what this means is that we can basically just omit this last value here, if it is the same, of course, as this one. Right? So let's see. And now, because we changed that spacing, the line is exactly between these two sections. And so that looks great now. Now, since we were changing here the spacing, I think that here we do have a way too much spacing actually. So this section here, I want it to be closer to this previous one, to basically continuing the flow of the user trying to sign up here. So let's reduce that to half. So 4.8 rem. All right. And so I think we fixed that as well. And so now if we come here and keep scrolling down, then I think the flow here is a little bit better. All right. But going back to our footer, I think that we actually finished it. And so with this, we actually now finished the desktop version. So basically the big version of our OmniFood website. So congratulations, really, really well done. And it's really nice to see that you're still with me here and that you made it all the way to the end of this project. So this was a huge project. So in fact, we did write like 600 lines of CSS here, you see. And here in this one, even more, or actually a bit less, but almost 300 as well. So together, that's almost like 1,000 lines of CSS. So really great job. And that's a huge achievement for your very first big project. However, of course, the project is not yet done here. So that's because, as I mentioned right at the beginning of the project, the next step is to now make it responsive. So make it adapt also to smaller screens that are smaller than simply this. So right now, if we scale down here our page, then you will see that it will immediately start to break and look really bad in many places, right? So here, for example, this is of course completely unacceptable, right? And also here, things are really starting to break down. And even worse, if we make it even smaller, right? Oh, actually, I'm noticing here that we didn't finish the navigation yet. So let's quickly do that. So I said we were already done, but in fact, we are not. So let's see what sections we want here. And there's not a lot to choose from. So let's make the first one the how it works. Then the meals section should be the next navigation item. Then the testimonials, and then the pricing section. And that's actually it. So that's all that we have to do here. So let's quickly finish that. Going back all the way to the top. So how it works. Meals. Then the testimonials. Pricing. And then here, of course, finally, our call to action. Now, I'm not going to use the same text here, which was start eating well, because that's too repetitive and also the text is too long. So here, let's try something simpler. So just try for free. Okay. And so that looks a lot more natural now with the real content. And so now, in fact, we are done here. So great job, and make sure that you really study this project, that you understand all the code, and only then move on to our next section where we will then make this project responsive. So take a break here because you really deserve it. And then afterwards, let's go together to the next section.